Right, you're right. They'll be popping in and be like, "Oh my God, you guys are late," and we'd be like, "Yes, thank you. We know we're late. I
Yeah.
appreciate you letting me know every time about my own schedule." They love reminding us every time, like, "Oh
I
God, thank
know.
goodness you showed up."
I know. It's like, where else did y'all think we were gonna be? Like, what the hell?
We were gonna be on. We were gonna be on. What's that other thing that they do? Friday Night Tights. That's where we're gonna be. That's where we
Could
were
you
at,
imagine? My
and we
God.
forgot, and we completely forgot. That's the only live stream I know that's like really big on Fridays. I don't
Yeah.
unless there's other ones. I don't know.
I'm pretty sure that's the only one, but yeah, and I mean they do get I wonder, let me check because I know I have them somewhere on here. I was watching it earlier.
Sup,
Although
Taylor?
I usually just put it on just like for noise, you know what I mean? I don't really
Yeah.
watch it all that much. Like, yeah, they got like almost 8,000 people watching, so that's
Oh,
pretty good.
see,
Good for
sup,
them.
Rolo? Yeah. Like that's what I'm saying. Like I know they do their. I know it'd be them, the whole group of them. Even if they're all not on the channel, they all have like big live streams in the during the on Fridays. I'm like shit.
True.
See, she said Jay Longbomb stream was on there too. So see, Jay
Oh, okay.
Longbomb has one too. You know, she be
Okay, so
about to
see that's
die
another
reading
one.
them their thingies. Oh, yeah, they still Dove Cameron was still talking about the hopes for that stupid pop-up girl thing, and I'm like, baby, let it go. Let it go.
See, there go one right there. Prince WYA already saying you always start
Yep.
on time. Ain't
Normally I
that the
do,
truth?
thank you very much. Normally I do, thank you very much.
We thank y'all for being timekeepers. It's much appreciated.
Exactly. What's up, Free Fire Comics? What's going on?
What's
What is
going
going
on, man?
on with the whole bunch of BS and shit in pop culture?
You gotta love it. You gotta learn to love it, you know?
Oh God, tell me about it. So Tom Taylor, I mean no, not Tom Taylor, Tom King. He got to go.
Mm.
He got to go. I done. He done broke the straw. I can't ignore him anymore. That Batman and Catwoman issue that came out, what, yesterday
Yeah.
or this week? Nah, bro. Nah, you done. You done. You done. When when Catwoman and Joker have an argument about who can fuck Batman better, I'm out. I'm out. I'm out. I'm out.
See, I can't with him. The way that he writes characters, I'm just like, who hurt you, Tom? Like,
That's
who
what
hurt
I'm
you?
saying. What man? Hurt you is the question. Because that's what I want to know. I want to know
would
what
love to
man
know that
hurt
too.
him for him to even put that line in that. Like, oh, you're just mad. You can't. Why would you even say that? Like that. I understand Batman and Joker has a complex relationship, but I hate that these modern writers, these weirdos on Twitter and Tumblr, take it to another level to the point where it's just like gross. Like, why would you even say that? Why would you even? That doesn't even sound like something Joker would say. Oh, well, I can fuck Batman better than you can, Selena, and I can pleasure him better than you. And I'm like, what the fuck, Tom King?
See, and that's why, like, I loved Scott Snyder's run, but I do have a little bit of resentment for him for kicking up that whole thing of, like, the Joker actually secretly loves Batman. And because of that, we have all these people doing shit like this where it's like,
Yeah.
oh, well, they're actually in love and they're actually gay for each other. And it's like, God damn it, Scott, you had to open that door.
And it's not even really Scott. It was really Grant Morrison, but Grant Morrison did it in like a creative way. But then Scott kind of brought it back to the forefront after people kind of like let it go. And I'm just like, oh, for fuck's sake, Scott, you done started this shit over again. Kate said that she's going to be late, Taylor. Yes, Rolo, the DC trailer was underwhelming, and you already know I had made a video ranting about that shit. And the Free Fire Comics, yes, Tom King needs to get fired. I'm over this shit. Like at some point, because Dylan's the best friend talking about I'm in cancel culture. But you know what? Fine, whatever. Cancel culture then. It's sometimes at this point where you have to put your foot down and be like, you're done. You're done. You did a terrible job. It's time for you to go. Sorry. And it's not trying to be mean. It is what it is. You know? I mean, because
It's
it's oh
It's just
God.
not good. Like this Batman Catwoman book, I'm like, I bought the first few issues. I haven't even started reading it. But the only reason I got it because I was like, the art looks pretty cool. Even though I already don't read anything that Tom King writes, I was just like, all right, I might check this one out. But then once I got to like issue 8 or whatever, I saw it in the comic book store and I was like, why should I even bother? Like, I just know I'm not going to enjoy this story when I read it. I'm just gonna
Mhm.
stop. Like I have the first 7. If I want to read any more than that, I'll look at it digitally. Otherwise, I'm good. Like there's no point.
And you know what's so crazy is Kate is the one that like was still constantly reading it. I was like, girl, I don't know how you doing it because like
I
I
can't.
came back. I came back because I heard people talking about it, and I was like, there ain't no way in the hell Tom King would even write that shit. Well, he proved me wrong. Oh, there go Kate. Let me
Oh,
see if I can get
there
her.
she is.
Kate.
Hello.
Were you guys just talking shit about me?
I
No, I was
wasn't, but
saying how
Trey
you
was
were
talking
still reading
mad
that
shit.
damn awful
Oh,
Batman and
wow.
Catwoman book. Holy crap,
Yeah.
that book is terrible, Kate. Like I came back for that recent issue. Well, when Joker and Catwoman start arguing about who can pleasure Batman the most, I was like, I can't, I can't, I
Oh
can't do this no
god, oh
more.
god, oh god.
I can't.
This is why I kind of skip a few and I just avoid it for a while. I avoid it for a while. I
Mhm.
don't touch it. And when it finishes, I'll read the rest of it. I just can't stand it right now. Ever since he turned Catwoman into a fucking Christmas tree, I'm like, I'm out of here for a while. I'll be back when it's over. I'm not
The
gonna
I'll
sit
fact,
there
drink to
yet.
that.
the fact
Mm.
that Catwoman even fucked the Joker is something that I can't
She
fathom.
has higher standards. That's
Yeah,
why I kind of got lost in it. I was like, what the fuck? No way. I'm not, getting into this because one, Selena has higher standards. Two, I can't really realistically imagine Joker trying to, fuck anyone outside of either Harley Quinn or Punchline or
right.
anyone like during that previous time. I can't remember. There was a couple of women here and there that were like, bought for it, but that was just it. Like there was never really any proof of Catwoman showing that kind of interest in him in that sort of way. Yes, they would associate with each other, but sex, that's out of the
Yeah,
question.
I can't
and
even
Batman want to
imagine
know.
Joker having a penis, quite honestly. Like I literally
Right?
cannot imagine it. Like I can't even if you were to ask me like what does the Joker look like naked, I would probably assume he has one of those little flags like in the fake guns where his dick should be and just like a little flag that comes says bang. Like
Bang.
that is what I would imagine he has.
I mean, we know he has one because Harley Quinn has been really sexy around him and was like, "Don't you want to rev up your Harley room?"
Oh,
He was like,
oh no,
"Not
Free
now,
Fire
prude."
Pro, no. Imagine Slade and Corey arguing who could fuck Dick back. No, no, I can't imagine
Gross,
Slade
gross,
No,
doing
we're
that.
not gonna
gross,
do
No,
that. We're
no.
gross,
not gonna do that. We're not
Okay.
gross.
having any of that. As a matter of fact, someone needs to put you in timeout for a few minutes, Free Fire. I don't need you bringing that kind of smut into the chat.
Oh God.
It's one thing
Oh
if it's girl, like any of his love interests bringing it up, but his rival, it's just,
yeah, like
not rival, but arch enemy, whatever.
if this was like Catwoman and Tanya Al Ghul, and then I could be like, okay, cool. Be like,
No,
bitch, I fuck him better than you can. Girl,
yeah,
please. They call
exactly.
me
If
Catwoman for a
it's
reason. You know what I'm saying? Like, if it was between them two, sure, sure. I don't mind. But
Are you
when the
talking about
Joker
Gotham
says it,
High? That name will not be mentioned here, many names. I am sorry. That
no,
Did
title.
we're
y'all
talking
not
about
just
Batman and
hear me when
Catwoman.
when I mentioned putting smut in the chat? Do not mention Gotham High.
Oh yeah.
This is not
Yeah.
like Gotham High. This is the Batman Catwoman comic that is hasn't been canceled yet, and I'm trying to understand this. Like, it's not looking good. I know it's a Batman title, but it's probably one of the worst Batman titles I've seen. And
That's
the
why
art's
I'm so
great, whatever.
amazed.
But the
Hmm.
writing, every fucking time, I just want to rip everyone's eyes who's witnessed this, so then they can, be like, "Thank you. I didn't need to see that. I should have gone blind the first time I saw it."
And
I
you
honestly
know what?
thought that like when they took him off of like the actual Batman title, I thought this was going to be something like, okay, it's a little limited series. They're going to let him run out his thing and then move him on to something else. But it just keeps going. I'm like, why is this
Right.
still out there?
And now that I think about it, it's one of the few Batman books. Thank God that it doesn't chart the list, because I haven't seen it
Yeah, it
chart the
really
list
doesn't.
in
Yeah, I
the
don't
top
think it's
50.
I don't think it got anywhere like with the first book. And it's like the
Because
first
they
book was
lied to us.
promising, but then after that, it was like you kept introducing all these elements that weren't necessary, and then you
Mhm.
bring in characters. I mean, I am a huge Phantasm fan. I love Phantasm to death, but there is so many weird situations I see between Phantasm, Joker, and Catwoman, and I'm like, Tom King, do you just want a three-way between them and not Batman? Because I barely see
Yeah.
Batman in this book.
And he's always supposedly knocked out too. Did you like notice that?
Yeah,
Like
I
he's
noticed that,
always
and it's like,
knocked the
what the
fuck out.
fuck?
Like, why is he always knocked out? I don't even understand that. Every
He
time I
should
see
be
him,
immune to that by now.
he is knocked out or not nowhere close to the action. And then my thing is, it's just like Red X. You took Red X, you took the Mask of Phantasm, and you wasted them. How the fuck do you waste great characters from the animated series that people love? Actually, how do you waste that?
I have no damn clue, but it's like I feel like a lot of these writers don't necessarily. Again, I feel like Tom King and I can't remember who wrote the Teen Titans Academy book. I feel like both of them really don't understand that these characters, they have a heavy fan base. It may not be as big as Batman or the Titans themselves, but they're there. And it feels like they're walking on them with cleats,
Yeah,
stomping their feet onto them. And we're just like supposed to say, okay, whatever, fine. But it's like every time I see, these concepts bringing them in, I'm like, okay, bring them in, but make it make sense. Having Andrea and and Phantasm being brought into a Batman book, they want to see drama, they want to see emotion from Bruce and Andrea's relationship. They don't want to see wasted time on every single issue. I was waiting so many damn comics. It's not even funny. I'm just like, come on, bring in some element of humanity to both of these two. Like, come on, anything. Come on. No, not the Joker. We're not going to talk about the Joker stick. No Catwoman. What is this?
and
I've
that's the
seen,
problem too. That's
I've
definitely
seen
a
Fangirls
problem
write better,
too.
and that's saying something.
Like, how do you promote the Mask of Phantasm, and yet it's basically a Catwoman Joker story. Batman and Mask of Phantasm is barely in the book, but it's called Batman Catwoman, and it keeps promoting covers with the Mask of Phantasm. And I'm like, the bitch not even in this book hardly. What? It
And why
should have been
even
called
involve her at
Catwoman
all?
Joker. It literally should have been called Catwoman Joker. And then what's up with DC keep giving these horrible writers these amazing premium artists? Clayman is stuck with Tom King ass and been stuck with him for a long time. Heroes in
I'm
Crisis
just
was
remembering the
trash.
Supergirl run that's
That,
going on, and I'm trying to understand how does this man keep getting title characters like this? And I understand that okay, maybe he wrote a good story once or twice, maybe that's as much as I give him credit for. One or two stories, maybe, but everything outside of that, I'm just like questionable. Like, oh, did he just suck someone's thing
I
and
mean,
be?
at
I
this
feel
point,
like it's
you
at
I wouldn't
that
be
want
point.
to.
surprised. Yeah, at this point. But like I feel feeling for Tom King that I have like with Red X. Like there was so much potential. I remember when they announced Tom King was going to be writing Batman during the Rebirth era, and they said, "Oh yeah, he has a background as like a CIA operative and all this shit." I was like, "Oh damn, that's actually a
Right.
really interesting like aspect to bring to like the writing element." I can't wait to see what's going to happen. And then I saw what happened. I was like, oh shit. Like Kate said, there were a couple good ones in there. I'm not going to say everything was complete trash, but definitely over time, as we've gotten to this present day, everything has just been terrible. It's always the same tropes with these characters,
Mhm.
including like I don't even know if anybody's even reading that Human Target book that he's also writing. Like I haven't seen anybody talk about it.
No, I was not doing that. I was not giving
I
him
think
no
a
more
lot
time
of people
today.
don't even know who the Human Target is, and they're just like, whatever, we'll pass because he didn't do good in the Supergirl book. He's not doing good in the Batman and Catwoman book, so maybe it won't be as good as that.
And it's
So,
supposed
not
to be
good, but
sort of
like
like a
it might as well be
continuation
bad.
too. I heard
Oh.
it's supposed to
Yeah,
like
and
pick
it's like
up, from the events of that Brian Michael Bendis bullshit event that he had with Superman and Batman in it, when they was doing the whole what was that darn thing? God, I don't even goddamn know. All I know, I think it had something to do with Checkmate or whatever. The event was so terrible. It was like
Checkmate. That whole shit was
the
terrible.
lowest selling book. It was the lowest selling event book. And DC was like, it didn't even move. It didn't hardly move any copies. Yes, because people were over Brian Michael Bendis' Superman run at 15. Oh, look at Dylan done kicked himself out by accident. Hold on.
Yeah, I don't even know how it happened. Okay, well that was fun.
Yeah. So my thing is, I was like, DC, why would you give Brian Michael Bendis an event book when his Superman book, Leviathan? Yeah, that's that bullshit. Leviathan, something Leviathan. It was so terrible. And then Human Target is supposed to be the fallout from that stuff. And I'm like, Tom King, how are you going to follow up with Human Target from Event Leviathan? And people did not hardly read Event Leviathan because that book sucked, because your entire Superman run sucked ass. Your Legion of Superhero shit sucked ass. Legion of Superhero versus Justice League suck ass. And I'm just kind of confused with why the hell. Okay, and then this is another thing. Everybody always want to try and tell me, well, Tom King is so good because he did Mr. Miracle and the Vision. First off, let me tell you something. The Vision was fine. The Vision was fine because we don't get that much stuff from Vision, and Vision do go through a lot of tragedy, so it makes sense why his Vision book was good. But Mr. Miracle was straight bullshit. I don't care what none of y'all say. Y'all can kiss my ass. That book was not good. Oh, it's so critically acclaimed. Everybody was like, this book is amazing. I'm like, are we reading the same character? Are we reading the same book? Because Mr. Miracle, being this depressed, want to kill himself kind of person, just doesn't make sense. It does not make sense because Mr. Miracle been tortured on Apocalypse. If he wanted to kill himself, he should have killed himself when he was a child, from being tortured by Darkseid for years. And now you open up in this book, he's sitting in the bathroom with his arm almost slit and bottles of pills in front of him because he done took a lot of them, and he's trying to overdose. Oh my God! Oh, great storytelling, Tom King. Like, get the fuck out of here with that shit. Shit trash. I don't care what none of y'all say. Shit trash.
Oh, absolutely. I can't with Tom King. And like I said, I had hopes. I had hopes for his potential to do something, and he is just giving me too much that is just like not. Like I didn't even read. I love the character of Adam Strange. I did not read that Adam Strange story he had. I was like, I'm not gonna do it. I watched your boy Zach's video about it, and I was like, nah.
It's disrespectful. It is a disrespectful to a classic 60s character that was nothing but a fun-loving character. Yeah, he had moments of seriousness. It was some serious stuff that happened in Adam Strange, but it was never this dark. I was like, man, come on. There are certain characters you just can't pull that Batman darkness bullshit with. Adam Strange is one of those characters. I'm sorry. I know some people might thought that was great, but no. And then what he did with Mr. Terrific, when Mr. Terrific was like, I'm glad my wife and unborn baby died in a car accident because I wasn't ready to be a father. I'm glad they're dead. What?
Like I'm so tired of him like doing this deconstruction on the characters and thinking like that's going to like making the hero out to basically be like the world's biggest jackass is somehow going to make us be like, oh wow, this is so cool. And it's like, no, like you're just fucking up heroes because you have no other ideas. So you deconstruct them so that you're like, see how many problems they have when they're not being heroes. It's like, I didn't need to know that. I didn't even need to think about that. Like, if that's the case, you can do that in little light touches, but to make that the whole point of the story, it's like, what are y'all doing?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it's just kind of crazy how DC keeps allowing this shit. And then my thing is, his ass should have got fired as soon as he set his editor up. You know, his Batman editor that he had, who was reeling him in before the wedding shit, was, you know, keeping him in check to make sure that his story was running concurrently to the overarching arc of Batman and the overarching arc in DC comic books. And then he got mad, cried like a little bitch, and then, you know, got his editor fired. If I was DC, I would have got his ass would have been fired after that fucking wedding issue. You're fired. You're fired, bitch. Bye. We're done.
Bye.
We're done with you.
Bye.
You know?
Like, seriously.
Jesus Christ. Oh, and Free Fire Pro said the reason why Tom King's vision was okay because most of the characters he write don't sound human, so it makes sense that his dialogue was okay since Vision is a robot and he writes it like that. Yeah, that's messed. Yep. Why even mess up these heroes? Huh?
Yeah. That does make sense.
Yeah. Why even mess up these heroes? Why not make your own dark, destructive characters? I don't know. I don't know. Why can't we have happy, intact families? Faith, I've been asking the same question ever since 2016. No, 2011. 2011 is when they decided, they said, fuck everything. Zack Snyder did the same thing with what? With what?
Yeah, you have to be kind of specific. Was it like the deconstructing the characters? Then I guess.
Well, I mean, like if you look at his Watchmen movie, I guess you kind of see some.
But
of
I mean,
that
he was basing
like,
Watchmen off of a book that was already deconstructed. The whole point.
Yeah,
that was the whole
and that's
point
what I'm saying.
And it's just like,
yeah, and that's what I'm saying.
Everybody misunderstood what Zack was doing with that movie, and I'm just like, how do you not understand what he was trying to do with Watchmen? And then when everybody watched the director's cut of Watchmen, everybody's like, oh, this shit makes sense. Well, yeah.
I mean,
isn't it funny
I love Watchmen.
Isn't it always funny that every time the studio interferes with Zack Snyder's movies and then he releases a director cut, everybody praises the director's cut and be like, oh, this makes way more sense. DC, Warner, y'all been doing this forever. You would have learned your lesson after the Ace movie you cut. Like, just I don't get it.
I mean, I do like that, but at the same time, I'm like, I need people to like calm down because you get so many people who are like, with all kinds of like movies from the past, like the Suicide Squad and shit like that. Like they're like, release the director's cut, you know, David Ayer's cut, and it's like, no, I don't think we need that. I'm sure that there's more to it because we saw more in the trailer than there actually was in the movie. So I'm like, yeah, I'm sure there's more, but I don't know that it's going to make the final product any better. So I mean, it just becomes one of those things where it's like everybody all of a sudden wants it.
When it comes to Zack and Ayer, it does make sense because WB keeps interfering with these DC movies, the good ones, and then when people finally see the version that they supposed to see, everybody praises it. But then DC doesn't, and Warner Brothers don't want that one. But then you give free control to bitches like, you know, Patty Jenkins, that bitch who wrote Harley Quinn, James Gunn with the Suicide Squad, and now Matt Reeves with the Batman movie. And you're just like, wait, hold on, DC. I'm kind of confused. So, Man of Steel, Batman vs. Superman, Dawn of Justice, Justice League, and the Batman movie that Ben Affleck was supposed to do, you interfered with all of those movies, and all of those movies had potential to be great, but you didn't want them to be great, or what? But then you give free range to these other people who actually had free range with their movies, and then people don't like it. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. Like, you're not making any sense to me. So you give the people that you want to have free range with, their movies are terrible. But the people that don't get free range, their movies get cut and get butchered. And then when we finally get the real version of the movie, the audience is like, why you didn't release this movie first? You would think as a company, you will learn your lesson after the 8th time you cut a person's movie, especially when it comes to that director that you keep hiring at first. You know what I mean? Like, I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get it. I really don't.
I mean, yeah, and I definitely do agree with that. I feel like there were probably like executives somewhere along the line who see like a really well-known and
Yeah.
talented director and think, well, if I can make these little changes here and there, like I can take some of the credit for it. And it never ends up working out. Although I do agree with what Rolo said. I didn't really like what Snyder did with Superman, like in Man of Steel.
Mm.
Some of that I was just like, this is a
And I
little
get
bit
it.
too depressing.
I get it. I definitely get it. Trust me, Rolo, I get it. But remember, this is after DC rebooted their universe and the success of Dark Knight, which brought realism and post 9/11 into movies. They were like, what will happen if Superman comes to Earth post 9/11 in a darker, gritty universe? And let's be honest, y'all, we say what we say about Superman, but let's be honest. What Zach did with Man of Steel is actually how we actually would actually act around Superman. He can be hopeful all the fuck he want to, but the rest of us like, we just had a terrorist attack, and now we got aliens coming, and of course Martha and John would be different because they're like, I have this son. We know he's from a different planet, but the government is already cuckoo crazy.
Okay.
You know what I mean? So it's one of those hard things where it's just kind of like you kind of have to understand the product of the movie. Like you can like Superman, you can like Superman for what it was, but let's be honest, every Batman Superman movie that came out was a product of their time, and they've done some shit that we didn't like, but yet they're still well beloved. But as soon as we get something that's kind of on a modern take, it seems like we done forgot that we done got so used to Marvel that we can't see the storytelling that Zach was actually trying to tell. I know some people swear up and down that he was nonsensical, but if you really think about it, the man is very religious too. So if you know a lot of the religion and the English literature, you can see what he was trying to tell. I know people don't like it, and I understand some of his choices. Don't get me wrong. His choices for Jesse Eisenberg as Lex Luthor, trash, hot trash.
Terrible.
I don't know what he was
Terrible.
thinking. The smoke he was cracking with Ezra Miller. I don't know what that was. The crack about Dick Grayson being dead instead of Jason Todd, which again, if we got a chance to get that Batman movie, it would have explained a little bit more. But I mean, he had to hurry up and try to force a lot of things in there because Warner Brother was like, oh, we gotta hurry up and do this stuff or whatever and stuff instead of letting Zach actually lay out these movies. And it's kind of at the fault of, it's kind of like Warner Brother let Zack Snyder take the fall for shit that they did. And on top of that, we have to remember, just because Zack Snyder was the visionary, it was down to the fucking writers. They the ones who wrote this shit. He just put a little, here's what I want the universe to be like. And everybody else wrote the script. Zack Snyder produced it, directed it, and had like creative control of where the universe should go, but he didn't write none of that stuff. Remember, we need to start blaming these actual movie writers and stop actually blaming the director because he didn't write that shit. Because let's be honest, I bet you if Matt Reeves do some terrible shit, y'all gonna try to defend his ass. Just like people defended the fucking MCU Spider-Man for the bullshit his ass was doing too. Because they were doing some hot shit that didn't make no damn sense neither. But because it's the MCU and the MCU never failed us, we can, you know what I'm saying? But at the same time, that goes back to my whole thing about how we are always harder on DC than we are on Marvel. We let Marvel have so many passes when it comes to movies and shows and comic books. But when it comes to DC, we gotta beat the fuck out of DC. You know what I'm saying? So it's one of those things like, I understand where people are coming from, but at the same time, you kind of have to sit up there and kind of understand like he is a visual storyteller. If you know Zack Snyder's style, you kind of have to understand that he was trying to tell a story within a Superman and a Batman and a Wonder Woman movie, compared to what the MCU was doing which was family fun. He was trying to tell us a deep story with these heroes, like the comic books. Yeah, we definitely do hold DC to a higher standard. We
Yeah, I'd
definitely
say
we
so.
definitely
And
that's
I
that's
think part of the reason for that is because like DC's like animated stuff, like their cartoons and animated movies have always just been like top tier. And so many of us, obviously, that's what we grew up watching. So it's like
yeah
when you start watching movies, like live action movies, like you want to see something that's on par with that. Whereas Marvel, I mean, they've had animated movies and stuff, but it's never really been anything that anybody actually gets excited for. Nothing really all that memorable. So I mean, when they started doing movies, it was like they relied more on like the star power they had with like Robert Downey Jr.
yeah
and Chris Evans and stuff like that. I mean, Chris Hemsworth had to come into it on his own, but I mean, I think he definitely did, rise to the occasion. And yeah, it just became one of those things where it was like Marvel became like this big thing that no matter what comes out, there's going to be a sizable segment of people who are just going to enjoy it because like, well, it's the latest Marvel thing. So everything else
uh-huh.
has been great, so I must like this one even if they don't understand why. So I think we definitely do hold DC to a higher standard in that regard, in that we grew up
Uh-huh.
with so much more of what came from DC, and we want to see that same level of excellence in like the live action.
Uh-huh.
We just haven't gotten it all that often. I mean, we've gotten some really great Batman movies, but we haven't gotten
Yeah.
anything else besides that.
And that's true. That is definitely true. DC is a little bit more hesitant with their characters, even though they have full control. And Mitch, please, let's stop with the fucking bullshit with John Kent and the Superman didn't minimize the damage and shit like that. That is such the most lamest, unnecessary reasons to not like the damn movie. The man was fighting an army of Kryptonians. What the fuck else was he supposed to damn do? Like, he's on the other side of the world trying to stop this damn terraforming shit. The Kryptonians ain't giving up. Please explain to me what the fuck he was supposed to do. Just like Nerdhead ass. Tell me what the fuck he was supposed to do. Tell me what the fuck he was supposed to do. There's no magic. There's no other superheroes that at the time, because we didn't know this universe even had other superheroes. And even if they did, what the hell was they supposed to do? What the hell was they supposed to do? Please tell me. Please tell me. Because I want to know. And again, if you was watching Man of Steel, you know why John Kent told Superman not to save him. Because if people found out that his son had superpowers, and remember, he was under a bridge full of open people. Y'all keep talking about, oh, he could have moved like this. Yeah, but people were watching. So people would have been like, wait, hold on. How the hell John Kent get from over there to over here next to his son? Come on now. Come on, somebody. Like, y'all gotta think one step further past y'all own feelings about what you known Superman to be like. You know what I'm saying? Because remember, this Superman has not got there yet. He has not got there yet. And y'all forget that Superman does have an origin. He did make mistakes when he was younger, and he had to learn from that. But again, to be like, oh, the reason why I didn't like it because he didn't save Paul Kent because it was stupid for him not to use his super speed. He could have did it, or he didn't minimize the damage for the Kryptonians, and he could have been trying to save people's lives. Read Death of Superman. Read Death of Superman when he was trying to do the same shit, and then it was at that point it was like, fuck it, I'm about to beat the fuck out of Doomsday because I gotta protect everyone. Casualties happen. I don't know what makes y'all think casualties don't happen. And then DC, what did DC do? DC did sit up there and actually gave ramifications and consequences to the actions of Superman. Unlike Marvel, who kind of swept it under the brush and then tried to bring it back for Civil War and then brushed it under the rug again. So, what are we talking about? Like, there were consequences for those actions that Superman did. But again, you're saying that what Paul Kent could have died from a heart attack? Okay, sure. But the whole message that Paul Kent and us audience is supposed to learn is that you can't save everyone, and at the same time you have to be ready, because if you reveal yourself, if you use your powers, you have to understand that there are going to be consequences and there are going to be responsibilities that you have to do. You know what I'm saying? Y'all talk a big game, but when you're a parent and you have a child that can do amazing things, I don't want, and I don't trust the government. So if I had a child today and my child magically can lift trailers, can fly in the sky and shit like that, you really think I'm about to sit up there, if I was in danger, let him expose himself in public? No. Because I know my child's not ready. Paul Kent knew his child was not ready for that. And I understand some people don't like it, But it's a lesson that Clark needed to learn, that when you're ready, you're ready. And it came at the time where he had an emotional moment with his father. He said something terrible to him. You know what I mean? And it's always that thing where your parents, in the movies where you say something terrible to your parent and that's the last thing you say, and then something terrible happens to him, and now you got to live with that regret and be like, do my dad understand that I love him? You know what I'm saying? After you said what you said to him, but you said it out of anger. You didn't mean to say it because you didn't like your dad or whatever. It's just you kind of was upset because you're just kind of frustrated with yourself and your parents. It's kind of one of those things where some of your parents always tell you how, like, keep your anger in check, keep your emotions in control or whatever. And sometimes you kind of blow up in their face about that kind of stuff. Let's be honest, I should know because my mom used to tell me that stuff too, and we used to have arguments. So I understand where Clark was coming from, but at the same time, understand, first off, you have to understand what world you were in. You were in a post 9/11 world. You were in a post 9/11 world. Whether you want to admit it or not, you need to understand what world that this DC universe took place in. It took place in a realistic, grounded world where people are very skepticism around super beings, aliens, all of that stuff. That's why Diana stayed hidden for 100 years. The world wasn't ready for that. It's the same thing with Martian Manhunter. It's a reason why he didn't reveal himself, because he's seen the worst of humanity. We talk a good game, but we're not that kind to people that are different. I mean, you've seen World War I and World War II. You've seen the Cold War. So, to say, well, I like, in Superman comic books, again, I get that. And in a perfect world, I would love for that to have been that, but that's not what DC wanted. That's not what Warner Brothers wanted. They wanted a realistic take. Because remember, a lot of the fans were complaining about Marvel being too family friendly. So DC and Warner Brothers probably listened and was like, let's make the Dark Knight trilogy was a success. It was darker, it was grittier, it was realistic. Let's put Superman and the DC universe in a realistic setting and see how they would act in the real world. And remember, the reason why these movies are so divisive is it got to the point of what Zach was trying to say about us as humans when it comes to dealing with superheroes. I know a lot of us don't like it, but the truth is, we are our own worst enemies when it comes to that kind of stuff. So I get it, but we kind of have to let go of what we knew about that kind of Superman and understand what it would be like growing up as a superpower being in the real world today, and not as a fantasy of comic books. Because if they wanted to do it, they would have did it, but they didn't want to do that because they got so much success from The Dark Knight Rises. Technically, it's our fault for watching the movie. If we didn't watch The Dark Knight Rises and we didn't make it $1 billion franchise, we probably wouldn't have gotten a grittier Superman movie. And if we weren't complaining about Marvel being so family friendly, maybe we would have got the whole lighthearted DC comic book thing. But let's be honest, what's been doing more successfully well with DC? The darker, gritty takes of the characters. As much as people say, "Oh, I don't like it, I hate it," or whatever, people tend to show up for the darker, gritty DC books or movies than they do the lighthearted DC movies. Wonder Woman 1984, Harley Quinn, Birds of Prey. Like, those movies were definitely lighthearted. Shazam, again, lighthearted movies, and people didn't show up. So, that whole theory right there breaks apart. That entire theory of we wanted a lighter universe, we wanted the hope of DC universe. That's fine and all, but when y'all don't show up for those light-hearted movies, what are we saying? What are we telling DC? But we showed up for Man of Steel, Batman vs Superman, Dawn of Justice, the Joker. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, sorry for the long little rant thingy. I'm sorry.
Oh, it's all good. I had time to go grab my food, so.
But yeah, that's all I'm saying. Like, we kind of have to. But at the same time, if you really think about it, that's how you know that's how you know Man of Steel, Batman vs Superman, Dawn of Justice were successful because they're always talked about. Let's be honest, we don't really talk about Marvel movies like that. We don't go into detail like that. But how many hundreds of movies is there debating and depicting all of the DCEU movies? Hundreds. So DC did a good job at keeping our attention. So I think that's a plus, whether we liked it or not. But I think at the same time, it's kind of cool because you can tell what Zack was doing, especially in the Snyder Cut, that he was getting back to what the heroes were. He was like, we're finally going to bring the hope back. And Snyder Cut was actually did a good job at solidifying the hope of Superman, Diana, and Batman to where they were going to change. And I thought that would have been, I thought whatever Snyder Cut did at the end, that's where the DCEU should have picked up from. That's just my opinion. But yeah. I mean, if you guys got anything else y'all want to tap into while I get me some water, because I'm said a whole bunch of stuff and my throat dry.
I mean, I will say that one thing I'm glad about for as far as them dropping the whole Snyder universe type of thing is that it was going to lead directly into Ava DuVernay's fucking New God shit, which also got canceled. So I'm like, I think we dodged a bullet there. It's one of those things that, you know, we would have ended up, we had a good movie, and then we would have had probably 6 or 7 that were fucking shit. So I mean, I feel like we dodged more than one bullet. So
but I mean, we know that the original New Gods was going to be written by somebody else, I think, before they gave it to Ava DuVernay and Tom King. Because
I'm pretty sure she didn't write nothing on Naomi.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, Lord have mercy. I don't. No offense, Taylor. I don't care about Lord of the Rings. I really don't. Yeah. I don't care. I mean,
yeah, it's one of those things where even I was like, I liked the original trilogy, and I even watched like The Hobbit, but it's so hard for me to care about this new show that's coming out. Just I don't know. It's just not because of like the changes and shit that they're making. I'm just like, I don't even know if I would have been all that hyped to watch it, regardless of who was in charge or what they were doing with it. I don't know.
Yeah. So it's kind of one of those. I mean, everybody else making a big deal about it. I mean, which I'm not going to deny the fans of them, you know, getting crazy because they do have the right, because Tolkien has. If you picked up the books, only read one book. I said, I ain't gonna lie to y'all. It ain't for me. It's not for me. And I'm not saying that as because I'm a black person. No, I'm just saying it ain't my kind of cup of tea. I read the first book and I was just like, no, I'm good. And this shit ain't for me. It's not for me. Just like the Tale of Fire, Dragon, Ice bullshit. The what's that darn Game of Thrones book? I read one book and I said, nope, this ain't for me.
I haven't read any of those books, and I haven't seen any of Game of Thrones, but I'm fine with that. Because quite honestly, it seems like everybody was disappointed with the way the show ended, so I think I dodged a bullet.
Yeah, but for me, I was just like, I don't care. But I understand why fans are upset, because if you read the book, the man is extremely detailed about the history of his world. So it just kind of doesn't make sense for Amazon to, like, you know, make these dumb changes. You know, I don't know. It's weird, to be honest. But I understand people want to be mad, and they're allowed to be mad because they did change a lot. But for me, since I'm not a big fan of Lord of the Rings or Tolkien or whatever, first off, I already knew they were going to fuck up Tolkien stuff regardless. We already knew that. We already knew that. I'm not surprised by anything. But for me, I don't care because I'm not a big Tolkien fan. Now, if you want to talk to a big Tolkien fan, just some guy. Now
he knows a lot about it. Gary from Nerdrotic knows a lot about it. Hell, some of the people
know the language. He even knew the
It's
language.
exactly.
He knew the language.
That's how I realized. I was like, I'm not that big of a fan. Like I said, I like the movies, but these are people who have read and reread the books. Like they're on there, like looking at like, why did they put like this symbol on this person's chest? She's not from that house. She wouldn't. I'm like, I don't even recognize these fucking names y'all are using.
Yeah.
So I'm probably not versed enough to even talk on this shit.
Yeah. When just some guy was halfway through his rant and he started ranting in the language, the native language in the books, I said, oh, you done made somebody mad when they talk in the made up language of the world is in. You're screwed up. You're screwed up,
Yeah,
y'all.
when they're cursing at you in Elvish tongue, you know you made somebody mad.
Yeah. I just like, nah, this ain't for me. It ain't for me. I would never tell nobody not to read it. If you like Lord of the Rings, you know, great. If you want to read it, great. If I was you, I would not touch the Amazon series with the 10-foot pole, 10-foot-inch pole. You know what I'm saying? And if you do want to watch the Amazon Lord of the Rings series, take Kate with you. She'll enjoy it.
The fuck are you talking about?
Are you
not
not
into that kind of stuff? Well,
Mm.
I don't care for the Lord of the Rings and any of that other, high fantasy stuff. If you're into that, whatever. I'm personally more into, I have no clue. I change every day. Like 1 minute I want to watch a murder mystery documentary. The next day I may want to watch, another horror flick, and then onto that I'll probably watch a fantasy movie that isn't really medieval. Like I don't know. You got gremlins, you got gnomes, you got midgets and shit. Like they fight for the. I don't know. It's like
that's like that. What's that thing called? I think I know what you're talking about too. Willow. People like Willow. I like the Willow.
Willow.
It's what you was just describing a few minutes ago. You never read Willow? It was a book that you had to read in elementary or high school, or no, middle school, I believe. You never read that one?
Oh no, our school didn't make us read.
I'm sorry, there was a lot of books we had to read when I was little, so that's why I'm just like,
not
thank goodness Lord of the Rings wasn't one of them. I know Harry Potter was a mandatory book.
Oh my gosh!
I wish. The only books I ever had to read was The Hobbit and Wolf. What was that other one?
The first 3 Harry Potter books was mandatory because at the time that's when it was coming out. So we had to read the Sorcerer's Stone, the Chamber of Secrets, and Order of the Phoenix and do book reports on it too. Lord have mercy.
Oh my goodness!
I had to sum that shit up. I had to read the book. Then I had to watch the movie to make sure, to get a little bit of something to make, because I was trying to. When it's hard when you're trying to minimize, because your teacher gives you a certain amount of numbers that you have to write for the book report, but you also have to make sure that you understand the book itself. And I'm just like, fuck it. I'm trying to tell you, when I was in school, we had a lot of books that was mandatory reading. So I know a lot of these classic books, but thankfully, Lord of the Rings wasn't one of them that I had to read. But I did have to read Willow. I did have to read the first 3 Harry Potter books. Thank goodness Twilight did come out, but we didn't have to read it. Thank goodness. Braveheart was another one. What's that one with a boy and the girl made up a land? The Bridge to Terabithia. That was another damn book we had to read. Oh God.
The only books I ever had to read between middle and high school was The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe, The Outsiders, The Hobbit, and another one that I can't remember. It was something about wolves. They made a movie about it. It was a weird ass movie. But those are the only books we ever read. And The Hobbit was boring as shit. And mind you, this was like at least 10 years before like the movie came out. And all I remember was just I wanted to read so many other books. Like I remember asking like my English teacher, I was like, "Are we ever going to read anything like the Iliad or the Odyssey?" I mean, I had already read the Odyssey when I was in like 8th grade. I wanted to read it. I wanted to read it, so I read it on my own free time. I asked this motherfucker, like, "Are we ever going to read these books?" He's like, "Oh yeah, once we get to like the middle of the year, we're supposed to start reading it." I was like, "Okay." Whole year went by, we never even looked at the books. I'm like, this is what I'm saying. Like, When people are surprised that I graduated from my class valedictorian, I'm like, it's not that impressive. I was able to read, and most of my class couldn't. That's the only barrier of entry for us. So once I was able to do that, I mean, it wasn't that much. I didn't have a whole lot of competition. My graduating class was 73 people. So I mean, it wasn't a whole lot of competition. Yeah, I had a little lot of class. Like our school was literally surrounded by fields. I'm not even playing with y'all. Like we came up in the sticks. Like we had it was something else. I swear to God. Y'all would have thought that they were teaching us how to like till the soil and shit like that, just in case we wanted to become farmers, just in case. But no. It's one of those things. Like when in my town, when my grandma was younger, like literally half of the students would be gone for half of the year because they got to leave and go with their family because they would work the fucking fields. Like it's not even, I'm talking about children going out there to work the fucking fields half the year. This was a thing that used to happen. Like
I said that. Nope. Not I.
I'm saying, and you know what? In cotton fields, I'm not even gonna lie to you. It's cotton fields where I come from. Like we're known for cotton fields. Like it's a whole other type of thing.
You know what we did have to read Percy Jackson, the first one. We did read Percy Jackson, the Lightning Thief. We did read that one. Of course, the Wizard of Oz. Everybody fucking read that book. The Lord of the Flies. Yep, that was another one.
I've never read the Wizard of Oz. I've seen the movie countless times, but
Dollhouse. What's that damn movie? What's the one we had to read? Gone with the Wind, and we had to read the other one. You know the one where you remember the guy who got that poor girl off the street and made her a proper lady. I forgot the name of the book.
Is it My Fair Lady?
Is that what it was? Is that what the book called? I don't know.
Or is it Pretty Woman? Is that Julia Roberts one? I don't
know. Not the Julia Roberts one. It's an old classic one. We even had to watch the movie too. We had to what's the darn name? Charlotte's Web, of course. That was another one.
Oh yeah.
That we had to read. The Giffer. Oh yeah, the Golden Compass. We had to read. Yeah, we had to read Golden Compass.
Never did read that one.
Huh?
I never read that one. I heard a lot of stuff about it, and I remember when the movie came out, I was actually kind of like excited. I wanted to see it. Never saw the movie, never read the book. So I mean,
we had to read the Golden Compass, but they wouldn't let us read any. They pulled it out after the movie came out. People were pissed off with that movie, and just like with the Chronicles of Narnia, that book definitely after the first book, they were like, "No, y'all ain't reading no more of this." That's because, Golden Compass and that book had a little bit of a lot of Christian undertones. And of course, Christianity is bad.
Yeah. So, I could see why they had a problem with that with Narnia, because it is very much like an allegory for Christianity. Golden Compass seems to be like the other way around. Like they paint the Catholic Church specifically as evil.
Yeah, it's not as bad. Once you read it, you're just like, okay, I see the messaging, but it's just like,
yeah.
Let's see. What was another book? What was another book series? I don't even remember if there was another book series. I'm trying to tell y'all. Oh, we had to read V for Vendetta. We also had to read Sin City, which is weird. V for Vendetta, Sin City, and we had to read The Dark Knight Returns. Why were those three books?
Not at my school. At my school, it wasn't no picture books. It was just textbooks, maybe.
Oh, yes, Journey to the Center of the Earth. That was another book we had to read. I don't think we read Dollhouse Murderers. I don't remember. I'm not even going. Oh, we read a book called Aragon. Something about some boy and a damn dragon. Oh, yes, To Kill a Mockingbird. Definitely To Kill a Mockingbird. Yeah, that was another book we had to read. Definitely.
Cockity Fox.
How many books? Kate, I don't know how many books we had to read. It was a lot.
It was too much. Lucky y'all. Shit. I wish we had read more at my school. It wasn't no reading at my school.
Like I had to, and then what's made it so bad is like, you know how sometimes the teachers will give you a copy of a book too. So that's another. Well, that was one of the good things is some of us didn't have to go into the library or have to buy some of the books. But man, it was a. If you saw that reading list, it was a lot. Oh yeah. Yeah, Watchmen definitely was another book we had to read too.
Rolo, I'm glad you said that. Of Mice and Men, I remember that one. I read that one too.
Yes, of Mice and Men, we definitely had to read that
Mhm.
one too, and we actually had to buy Watchmen because they didn't have Watchmen, but it was on the reading list, so we had to buy the damn book. And I do not remember
Damn.
what I did with mines. I do not remember what I did with mines, and I'm going to probably have to rebuy the damn book because when you're a little kid, you're a little kid. You know how things go. You know how things go. Oh, but
I
man,
remember myself like I had one teacher who unfortunately he was one teacher who I always hold on, let me put my wings down and I'll put my camera back on. I remember I had this one teacher, the English teacher, the one who I asked if we were going to read a book. He was really cool with me. He really liked me, and I always really liked him too. I thought he was like really fun. It wasn't until like years after I graduated I found out he messed around with a student and he ended up having to leave. I was like, oh shit, well that's
oh snap.
unfortunate. But when I was in school, he used to he and I would actually like trade, well, not trade books. He gave me a couple of books to read. That's how I read the Da Vinci Code and Angels and Demons, both by Dan Brown. Because like I told
Don't
him that
know
I
how.
wanted to read Da Vinci Code, and he was like, "Oh, I'm actually reading right now. When I'm done, like I'll let you read it." So he let me borrow it, and then like I gave it back to him or whatever. He gave me Angels and Demons, and then when I tried to give it back to him, he's like, "Oh no, you go ahead and keep it. Like if you enjoyed it, yeah, go ahead and keep it." So I don't know whatever happened to it. I might still have it somewhere, but I honestly don't remember. And yeah,
Yes, Little Women and Swiss Family Robertson. Yes, I remember
yep,
those books too. Oh,
never read them.
and Fried Green Tomatoes. Didn't know it was a book,
Okay.
but it was a book. We read that. And then my grandma had the movie on VHS, the original one. And I thought the movie was fucking about fried green tomatoes. And I thought the book was about fried green tomatoes. And I was like, this doesn't have anything to do with fried green tomatoes except for like this one scene where they cook fried green tomatoes, but the book is completely different. And you just like, what the
See, like I remember reading a book about like how to eat worms and shit like that. Like it was a story about something like that, about like a kid who was dared to eat worms, and so he had to like eat them in all kinds of different
oh,
ways and shit. I was like,
what's that terrible movie? Oh yeah, The Great Gatsby. We did have to read that book.
Great Gatsby.
What's that terrible one? Oh, Wrinkle in Time. Holy crap! When I first off, y'all, and this is before the horrible Ava DuVernay bullshit movie. That, I don't care what none of y'all say. I read the Wrinkle in Time, and I still didn't know what the fuck was going on. And then we watched it. We watched it in class because that's when they did the little TV movie thing. And I still don't understand the book series. Maybe if because we only read just A Wrinkle in Time.
That's that one that Oprah came out in, right?
Huh? No, God, hell no. Hell fuck no. No. A Wrinkle in Time, they had a movie. They had a television special because it was so popular back in the day. But we had to read the book. Yeah, it don't make no sense to me. I'm sorry. I don't know. I don't get it. I don't get it. I watched the movie and then I watched the terrible Ava DuVernay movie and I was like, this shit don't make no sense neither.
Oh, there you go. Kobe Brewster had it. How to Eat Fried Worms. That was that fucking book.
Gotcha. Kate, did you guys have to read any books or no?
It's kind of difficult to answer, but during the time when I was, in school, since I was in, specific special learning classes, they really didn't give us too many books because obviously there's a lot of kids who can't read, and so it was always like, picture books or something, like something very simple to read, nothing too drastic to read, because otherwise, it wouldn't be too easy for some of the again students to read, but that was mostly in elementary school, a bit of middle school where it was like that. It In high school it started getting a little better. Keyword is little. Now during that time, my English teacher would just let us pick whatever book was either on her bookcase, which is a lot of different short story books, not like elementary school books, but like middle school, or still kind of in the elementary school category, kind of not like super easy, but like easy enough to catch some words in here and there, which is fine. It's like goose levels read, but like I would just bring in my own books, and seeing how other, classes were like, oh, you get to read The Lord of the Flies, or, To Kill a Mockingbird, or hell, even The Fountainhead. I was like, jealous. So I would, do my reports on those books. And whew, man, my English teacher was like surprised that I would even, volunteer to bring in my own book, and especially a book that not really a lot of kids in my learning capabilities wouldn't really pick to read, because again, super super lengthy. And one of my favorites had to be The Catcher in the Rye, because it's something I
Oh,
can kind of
yeah.
relate to. It's like, I don't
Kate,
know,
I need you to get out. I need you to leave.
why?
Hold on. I want you to look me in my eyes when I say this. I hate The Catcher in the Rye. I hate that book so much. I don't know why. I know so many people love it. And when I read it, I was like, I literally remember I got to the end of it. I closed the book, and it was the only time in my life that I actually said out loud. Granted, I was by myself, but I said it out loud. I was like, I hated that book. Like, it just, I don't know what about Holden Caulfield annoys the shit out of me, but he does. And I could not wrap my head around why anybody liked it, because like I read it and I was like, what? You what? Like, it just, there was no, okay, let me try to put this into words. There was no connection. There was no, what is a better word? Like, I keep wanting to use connection, but I'm like, there's a better way to.
It's understandable. Like, I think it's mostly that the character is not relatable in a lot of senses, and everyone's just like, okay, this is basically the piece of shit person you don't want to associate with, and he's just, doing all this random shit in the book that you're like, what the hell? Like, what's going on? Oh, you're bringing in a stripper. Well, there's all. I'm probably confusing a few things, but I can understand
he
where
like
you're coming
hired the
from. I do like
prostitute
some
and got
elements
like
of it.
beaten up.
It was probably more of a difficult book for me to get through, which is why I managed to survive it. But like, other than that, I think a lot of teachers were actually surprised I was trying to tackle on The Fountainhead, which,
Yeah, that is actually
again,
impressive.
not a lot of autistic kids are gonna go jumping through hoops trying to comprehend that.
I like it though. I'm glad that you did.
I mean, no offense, Cope. So your school likes for y'all to read killer books or something like that? Because I mean, Slaughterhouse-Five doesn't sound like a good. Like,
my God, what kind
like,
of shit y'all
hey,
reading
kids,
over there?
We're gonna read Slaughterhouse-Five. What?
That sounds like something I would recommend to like the students. Like, let's read something
why would
stupid.
you recommend this book to them?
It sounds killer. God. It's fun.
It does. It definitely sounds killer in more way than one.
Oh, do you guys? I don't know if you guys remember this. It was this starting little book thing that they used to have in this little work group thing. You know those little books where you actually have to fill out the words and figure out what they're trying to tell you. But it always had something to do with the con man and the president. And I'm just like, can we get names for these motherfuckers besides the con man and the president? That book aggravated the hell out of me, and I wish I knew what the name of that book was. But it was one of those books where it's literally a fill out page where they're on an adventure and they stop, and you have to figure out what they're trying to do next.
So it's like Mad Libs?
Okay, you know those almost create your own story kind of books, but instead like the story's already completed. The story's completed. It's just that you have to figure out the words and the sentence that they're trying to say. And I'm just like, why is this even a book? So it's a book and it's a worksheet all at the same time. And you're just like,
oh, dang. I remember those books though, like the choose your own thing from like Goosebumps. I think Goosebumps was like,
oh my God, I love Goosebumps.
Yeah, Goosebumps was the shit. Like, yes. I love those books so much.
Thank you, Andy. We are having a good time, and we are going to have a good weekend.
You already know, Andy.
I never read Lemony Snicket in a series of Fortunate Events. I never
I only
cared
read
about
like the first few, but I really did like them.
I,
My brother read like almost all of them.
I never cared about it. I try it like I mean I could have read it, but then I was just like I don't care. I don't care. I'm just like I mean, I grew up in the Bahamas, so some books you guys might not know, like The Cow Called the Boy, The Skin I'm In, My Son
Oh
Johnson,
my god, The Skin I'm In. I
Call
remember that
Boy
book from
books.
middle school.
Nope,
It,
never heard of them.
it was like a. I'm trying to remember the details, but it basically the main character is a black girl, and there's
Mm-hmm.
this. I'm trying to remember, but there was like this scene that I can remember kind of where basically she's with maybe it's a dream sequence. I can't remember too much, or it's a story in itself that she wrote. I don't know.
Uh-huh.
But basically they're on a river and she's, helping him with like some kind of disease he caught, like which is some kind of pox. I don't know what kind of pox, but it's like man, the details I can remember some of these details really well, but I just can't remember specific things of those details, like what it was called and shit.
I don't remember any of those books. My God.
Oh
Although I
my
do remember
goodness.
those Magic Treehouse books that Kobe brought up. Those books are fire.
Goosebumps was everywhere.
Goosebumps is everywhere. Which was such a shame when R.L. Stein tried to come over to like writing some comics and he just crashed and burned so fast. I was like, damn, the Goosebumps guy, really? Damn, he couldn't write comics. Well,
Oh yeah,
it's not
James
for
and
everybody.
Giant Peach. I'm not gonna lie. I always wanted a
Oh yeah,
giant peach. Always wanted a giant peach. I was like, that looks fun.
that movie is part of the reason why I love Peaches so much.
Oh, and then and then Page Master, the book that book that turned into a movie with Macaulay Culkin, that
The
was actually
Page
a book.
Master. I fucking love that movie. I even had the
I
video
love the
game.
movie and I love the book. Yep.
Mm.
And they had a series of Wishbone stories. I don't know if you guys remember the
Wishbone.
PBS show. Wishbones was the story.
God.
Wishbone. And Wishbone would read these big ass books. So every time Wishbone would read a book, I would call my mom and be like, I need to go to the library and pick up the goddamn book that he would be reading in the damn show so I can read with him like a dumbass.
See, I only saw like a few episodes of the show, but I read so many of the books. Wishbone was one of those books that like I remember if you bring it up to me, like I immediately remember, I don't know why, but just going through like hard times when I was a kid and feeling depressed a lot. And for whatever reason, reading Wishbone completely got rid of that. So like whenever someone mentions Wishbone, it just immediately like brings out this warm spot where my heart used to be. And I'm just like, oh, Wishbone. God, the good memories.
Yeah.
Rest in peace, Wishbone, wherever you are.
Arthur, I read the Arca books too, and I read the picture books, and I also read the chapter books. And I would always love when the Scholastic books book thing come, because they would have all of these Arthur chapter books and Pokemon chapter books too. Boy, you couldn't tell me nothing. I was trying to get all those Arthur chapter books. I was trying to get all those Pokemon chapter books. Back in the day, that's how you knew Pokemon was good. Because not only did Pokemon have manga books that you can buy, you could buy American version comic books of the thing, and you could also buy chapter books from the actual episodes. So every episode that was filmed in the first series all the way to Johto, all the way to the Johto journeys, was actually in chapter books and in comic books and in manga. So it was, Lord, you couldn't tell me nothing. The same thing with Arthur too. Arthur used to have these chapter books. Man, I used to beg my mom all the time, and she'd be like, no, and I'd be like, yes, and she'd be like, no, because you got so many books. I'd be like, no, I want all of them. Like, man, the Scholastic Book Fair. That was my favorite
book
time.
fair was always legit. Yeah, I always loved it when it would come. And you know how much I loved it? Like, my mom kept working at the school, like in the library, and then she ended up becoming like a nurse later, like for years after I graduated. And there was one time that the book fair came, and one of the books that she got me, because she was like, yeah, I saw that they had this there. I kind of figured you would like it. She got me the first trade paperback of when Miles Morales became Spider-Man. Like, I had that book for years. I still haven't opened it. She bought it for me. I had it, and I never read it.
Do you know how much that book is worth now?
I have no idea. I'd imagine it's probably worth some money, and I'm like,
It's worth a
damn,
lot of money now. It's worth a lot of
is
money.
it?
Yeah, it's worth
God.
it's worth a lot of money. After after Spider-Verse and that Spider-Man game came out, Miles Morales old stuff. That's why it's kind of funny when you got people like Ripple try to swear like the character never went nowhere. But it was just like before 2016 when Marvel did the all new, all different. Miles Morales was actually successfully running. Like let's stop playing because the books were selling now. The books were selling. And his old stuff, not the new stuff that's coming out now, but his old stuff, the one before he transitioned to the main continuity, that shit sells. That stuff sells a lot, and it's hard to get Miles Morales stuff. I have a few of Miles Morales stuff, but the Fallout is the hardest book to get. The Fallout one and his first run at being Spider-Man after that.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Hold on. Continue to talk, Dylan. I handle this right quick.
Okay.
man,
I do want to address because I see Taylor keeps asking us about that everything going to be all white trailer. I don't know if anybody on here is a fan of Gothix. I am. I think she's really cool. She's a YouTuber. She used to be like a Twitch. I think she's still on Twitch, but I know she mostly does shit on YouTube now. I saw her video reacting to that everything's going to be all white trailer. And yeah, that shit just talk about, having a very myopic perspective, very much coming across as just like, I mean, you don't even have to watch the damn show. All you got to do is look at the title and you can basically figure out everything that they're going to say on every subject. And I'm like, y'all are becoming predictable. Like, it's not even about like, are you making good points or not anymore? It's just the same talking points over and over. And I'm just like, what are y'all doing? Like, seriously, what are y'all doing? Like, this is not only is this not helping to address the actual problem you're trying to talk about, but it's also just creating this greater divide. Not that I'm trying to say like, oh, it's going to make everybody into a racist or something. No, it's going to just create this issue where it's like people are going to think that they have to always walk on eggshells around different groups of people just depending on whatever the problem might be. And that's exactly what I'm seeing from this stupid ass show. Like, I'm just like, when I saw Gothix reacting to it, I was so glad that she had basically a lot of the same reactions I was having. Like, I don't know where we're at anymore. Like, just as people, like, so many people want to complain about shit just for nothing. Like I said, it's not achieving anything. It's not going to solve anything. So, I mean, it just seems to be making people upset because they want to be upset. And I'm like, if you want to be upset, go home, call up your friend, your mama, your sister, your auntie, whoever it is that is going to listen to you about this shit, and just talk to them about it. Because doing this whole little Showtime series, it's not going to help you out at all. So, I mean, yeah, I seen it. I heard about it, and I just...
For me, I saw the title and I said, and I got better things to do. I already know what's about to happen. I don't need to even watch this. God. That's all I mean. Because once I saw the title, I said, nope, not even about to bother giving it my energy. Nope, I'm not about to do this with you. This is a setup for dumb shit. So yeah. But it's stupid. But also another thing. Y'all trying to cancel my baby Adele over saying that she probably be a female? Are y'all fucking kidding me? You're weirdos. God. You're weirdos.
See, and that's the thing. I don't even like Adele's music, and I'm like, y'all making me defend Adele? I'm like, come on now. That's the biggest crime to me.
God damn it, Dylan. Jesus Christ.
I know you're not going to sit there and act surprised that I don't like Adele's music.
Well, yeah, I forgot. It's not your genre of music. I'm sorry. I forgot. It's not your genre of music.
I'm literally sitting here wearing spikes, wearing a Judas Priest shirt.
Yeah, I know you didn't. He is definitely not your genre. But no, the fact that everybody's mad that she was like, I understand this is supposed to be a genderless whatever, but she's like, I love being a female and I'm proud of us. And I'm like, yeah, that's right, babe. You own your femininity. Like, hello. You know what I'm saying? Like, let's stop playing. And then that's my thing. Y'all always trying to talk. Sorry, Dylan. I mean, I know you're not you part of it, but not really part of it. You know, you're the exception, not the rule. To the whole LGBT bullshit stuff is the whole. Oh, you're trying to You're trying to say that trans people don't exist. Bitch, when did she say that in that entire speech? When did she say that in that entire speech? She just said that she loves being a female. She's not allowed to be a female. Well, guess what? I love being a male and I love that I don't have to have a period. Oh,
You
hot
brought
take.
that up on your own, dude. Watch as the comments start becoming about periods. Thank you a lot, Trey.
Look, that's the most scary thing about y'all is that. Oh, and I'm glad I don't have to push out a baby. Yeah.
Which means we have a higher, pain tolerance. It's how we
Well,
endure men.
congratulations. But guess what? I will never do none of that, and I will never want to do it. Congratulations, whoever are real females who can ovulate. Just sorry.
That's why I kind of have a little bit of an issue when I'm like, because like my mom, I've heard my mom talk about it. She gave birth to my brother naturally, my older brother naturally. After that, she was like, never again will I ever have a child like that. And as a matter of fact, she was so true to that I think that it's her fault that I came out the way that I did, because I was born with such a damn big head. Like the doctor literally told my mom, you cannot have this child natural. You will die if you try. You have to have him C-section. Like literally, I think my head was like 14 inches. Like it was not small. So I mean, and I was like a 10-pound baby. So I was fucking huge. So
do your mom ever remind you, like, you see this scar right here? You did this.
Not usually. Most of the time it seems like she wishes she could forget about it. Like whenever we bring it up, like, because my siblings and I will like joke about it. Like, yeah, you remember how big Dylan was when he was born? Like, yeah, like even when she was pregnant, people thought she was having twins. That's how fucking big I was. Like it was ridiculous.
Dylan, all I thought about was that flashback to Family Guy where they showed Lois having Chris.
Woman gives birth to elephant child.
She was dead. She was
like, look at her just like. Yeah, that was that would have been my mom had she tried to get me naturally. Like it would have been exactly like that. Like just God.
Agreed. Agreed, D-Mars. Agreed.
Stronger, lower body strength than men. Okay,
That's
I
true.
mean, yeah, I'll give y'all that. But see, that's why I'm saying, like, I have a problem with like the trans people who are like, oh, I just wish that I could give birth. I'm like, you need to talk to more women who've given birth, and I think you might change your mind.
Did I ever tell y'all that story about that trans girl who went to the doctors who wanted to have a baby? And
what kind of story? Like, what happened exactly? Like,
okay.
In a hospital, trans?
So the trans girl, she was male to female, or whatever, and she went to the doctors, and because her and her girlfriend, they want to have kids, but she wants to carry the baby.
Okay, then that's kind of the issue, because
yeah.
Ah, God, I feel like they don't really look into the, anatomy and stuff. I mean, at the beginning stages of when they were developing these type of procedures to, transition, they were trying to develop those type of elements, but, they died because it wasn't, their body wasn't accepting it due to many different biological circumstances that a scientist could probably explain better than me. So,
but it's kind of funny because they talked about it, and of course the girls went in there for a checkup, and basically the doctor was like explaining why this can't happen or whatever, and I forgot who it was. I think it was somebody went online and talked about it on their YouTube channel. I don't know if it was a YouTuber or whatever. I saw it on YouTube one time, and it was basically like, she was like, I just never felt so defeminized before in my life. Like the doctor was like trying to like almost defeminize me as if I wasn't a real female. And I'm thinking to myself, do you want the doctor to lie? Like you came in a doctor for a checkup and talking about giving birth. I'm sorry. Do you not understand how that works? You dumb fucker. Like I like, no offense, Dylan. Sometimes your group of people are stupid.
See, and that's the thing. I'm like, I don't even anymore feel like we're the same group. Like, there seems to be a divide now between the LGB and the T. Like, they seem to be going off doing their own fucking thing. And somehow we just get roped into it. And you got too many people who are a part of the LGBT who are like, oh, yes, we're with them. We support them. I'm like, I'm over here sitting in the back like, this ain't y'all's fight. Like, this guy has nothing to do with us. We're totally fine. I can do what I want to do. I can go to the doctor, and I'm not having my doctor look at me weird because I'm not asking him any strange ass questions, that. That's why I'm like, that fight is not y'all's fight. Y'all need to leave it alone.
Like, it's just like, what do you want? What do you want the doctor to tell you? Like, the doctor crushed my dream because I always wanted to be able to, have kids. And I'm like, you just can't biologically give birth to the baby. I don't know what oh my God. I feel like my brain cells are dying from even listening to her talk. I was like, do you hear yourself? You came to the doctor and asked, how can I get pregnant? And he checked you, and under all of that, biologically you're a male. I don't know what to, if I was her doctor and she came and said that to me, I would have took my clipboard and I would have walked away from her. I would have slammed the door. I would have been like, I'm not about to play stupid with you. You come talk to me when you're serious about something. But until then, don't talk to me, because what you just came in my office about some bullshit. Because that's what it was. It was straight bullshit. Like, what do you want from me? What am I supposed to tell me? What am I supposed to tell you? What am I supposed to tell you?
And that's what I'm saying. I'm like, these are a completely different kind of people. Like, if you notice, we don't even fly the same type of flag anymore. Like, for me, it's the regular rainbow flag. That's it, right? For these people, it's that rainbow flag that has like the chevron, that also has like the trans colors, and then a black and brown, because for some reason we're adding race onto the flag too. Like, as if that's a sexuality or something. I'm like, what the hell are y'all doing? Like, and they even call that the progressive pride flag. I'm like, get out, get the fuck out.
And Free Fire is right about that too. Like, a lot of them also talk about having periods too, and I'm just like, again, you can't have that stuff. You have you got Y chromosomes, not X chromosomes, baby. I don't, like, if I was a doctor dealing with some of these people, I'd just be like, holy crap, I might lose my license because these people are completely stupid. I would have been like, Your Honor, she came in my office and asked me, how can she get pregnant? Biologically, sorry, y'all don't like it. She is a male. Therefore, she doesn't have a womb. Therefore, she cannot get inseminated, which means she doesn't have eggs because she's biologically a male, because she biologically have Y chromosomes and sperm. Like, what are we? Oh my God. Like, when I was watching the video, I was just like, oh my Jesus Christ. Why would you go into the doctor and set yourself up? Because it's like she's trying to get a pity party. And of course, you got people in the comments talking about, I understand what you're saying. It's like, that's why I don't really like going to the doctor, because they just make me feel like I'm nothing or anything or whatever. And it's just like, but you go into the doctors and act stupid. Y'all talk stupid. What do you want the darn doctor to tell you? Lies?
Yeah, like when it comes to medical matters, like, you need to be honest and face reality. Like, you don't have the parts to make this shit actually happen. Like, that's the one and only time to drop all of that pretense and bullshit that you like rant about on Twitter, is when you go to the doctor and you're talking to your doctor about actual medical shit. You believing that you're a woman isn't going to make you start having a period. It's not going to make you grow a fucking uterus. None of that's going to happen just because you believe it so much. Like, you have to at some point just accept that there are some things that will make you different. And then they try to like throw it the other way and be like, well, there are women who are born as like cisgender women who they can't have children, so are they not women? It's like, they still have the reproductive parts. Like, my aunt, I have an aunt who literally had to adopt kids because she could not have children of her own. She's still a woman. That doesn't change anything. She still has all the same parts. She goes through all the same shit as every other woman. Like, it's completely different. Y'all might be taking hormones and all this shit, but that's not going to make you into that. That's just helping you to kind of mimic what actual women go through. And I will use it like that. I know they hate to hear that when you call like people who are born as women actual women, because then they act like, well, you're delegitimizing us. So I'm like, no, baby, nature did that to you. I'm just speaking the facts.
Right. I'm not calling women no birthing people. They're not birthing people. They're women. Period. Kate is a woman, like it or not. I'm not calling a woman a birthing person. That's stupid. Just like I'm not calling a woman a cis woman. That's stupid. That whole word cis in front of anything is dumb. It's dumb. No, male. That's it. Do not call me anything else. I am not trans. I am not all of that other stuff. Male. That's it. Don't do all that other stuff. The reason why we put words in front of y'all is because you are actually different from the average normal person. Sorry you don't like it, but it's weird to sit up here and delegitimize women and call them birthing people. Oh, that birthing person. Are you kidding me? Could you imagine calling your mom, "Hey, you birthing person"? What? The fuck? Like I'm not calling you a birthing person. That's stupid.
Are we gonna change Mother's Day to Birthing Person's Day? Like,
I mean, I've seen people complain about it, and I've seen people complain about Father's Day in some senses of that, and it's like, okay. So celebrate when you want to celebrate. Just don't make a big deal that we're not a perfectly formed family. Who cares? Celebrate on that day anyways. It's like, what the hell?
Right. That's what I don't understand either. Yeah, like when they're like, for this Father's Day, I'm celebrating my mom because she was always bold. It's like, okay, that's great. But this is the one time of the year, literally the one day where you can just be like, well, it's for fathers. So I'm not going to bring my mom into it or whatever. You have Mother's Day, you have her birthday, you have all kinds of other times you can celebrate her. To try to take this shit away from other people who actually had their father and then say, well, my mom is just like my dad. It's like, no, how about you let your mom rest for the day and let everyone else celebrate they had a dad. Like it is what it is and it ain't what it ain't. Like you don't need to make your mom into your dad just because you still want to feel like you have a reason to celebrate. Like get over yourself.
Oh, that sounds gross, Rolo. I would never want to be described like that if I was a father. We're sperming people.
Sperming people.
No.
I prefer to go by baby gravy server.
Jesus Christ. Oh, good. Holy shit. Oh, hold on. What you hear? Y'all hear about Marvel changing and ruining Greg Smallwood's beautiful art? Yeah, I heard about that.
Oh yeah,
but that's what happens when you got weirdos in there. This is what happens.
And it's the weirdest thing too, because like when they're talking about it, how they made these revisions or whatever to try and make it more like politically correct or whatever the hell, it just reminded me literally of the Comics Code Authority, where they've basically brought that back. Like back in the day, there's too much blood. Well, they're gonna white it out. This face looks too horrifying. Well, they're gonna have you redraw it so it looks slightly less intimidating. Like that's literally what they're doing again. And I'm like, y'all don't realize, like, y'all created. I was listening to Purch's video about that, and he was literally saying that. He was like, the people who were like complaining about this, like, how dare they do it on Twitter? He was like, don't you idiots realize you're part of the reason why this exists? Y'all were the ones screeching anytime someone like Greg Rucka or somebody like drew a character who was an actual Asian, and you were like, oh, see, they made them too Asian. They gave them slanty eyes and shit like that. And now you have these like whole divisions within these comic companies who are like, oh, we have to change this so it doesn't look too offensive. It's like y'all created the problem, and now you're like bitching about this solution that they created to address the problem y'all wouldn't stop screaming about.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. Like all of that talk, and it was through Marvel's what was it there? What did he say it was?
The standards and practices?
Yeah, standards and practices. Hold on. First off, bitches, you guys aren't editors. You aren't editors. So you should not, that department should never even cross with editorial at all, because practice is the practice arts of being inside of the company itself. That what he was drawing did not have anything to do with the company itself. that is something that he was tasked to draw. He practice, that whole thing right there. That is if he did something within the office itself. He doesn't work in the office, so why are y'all even standards and practices? Y'all shouldn't even be nowhere near this shit at all. Like I don't understand this shit at all. I don't understand this at all. All I know is it's hot trash, to be honest.
It really is.
It makes me sad. We almost had one. Let's see what we almost had. Crash Bandicoot movie. Yeah.
I forgot about that.
Yeah. And who's excited about Uncharted movie with Spider-Man?
I forgot that was coming out this month, and then my boyfriend texted me the other day when he's at work. He's like, "Oh, by the way, we're gonna go, like me and like 3 of his friends. We're gonna go watch Uncharted on the 20th." I was like, "Oh,
No.
okay, great." Like, I still don't. All right, whatever. I was like, "It's Tom." I've seen the trailer, and like Tom Holland's voice, like he just never changes it.
Yeah.
He always has that really high like register. I'm like, can you try like dropping that a couple octaves? Like, is that possible for you?
I'm not gonna lie, Dylan. If I was you, I would tell your boyfriend. You'd be like, after this, snoo, because I'm gonna get snoo after watching this bullshit. Snoo. Baby, I'm tired. You ain't tired enough. Snoo.
Okie.
Did you guys hear about the Futurama thing?
Honestly, I really don't know how I feel about the Uncharted movie. I mean, I will admit, it kind of works, but it kind of doesn't. You get what I mean? Because I remember playing the third game, and I do like the element of, Nate's younger self starring in a movie, and then the next movie we get the, real good-looking Nathan Drake, and then we just, I get it, but it's like, with Tom Holland, let's be real, he's too associated with Spider-Man to really think of anything else otherwise. And it's not to say it's not a good thing that he's trying for different roles, but it just seems kind of forced because he's, again, this is a Sony movie, and, Spider-Man is associated with Sony. It just feels like, they didn't even try to look for a good actor to be Nate. They just were like, hey, Tom, yeah? You want to be, Nathan Drake from Uncharted? Oh, sure, yeah, why not? I don't have anything else going on right now. And again, it just feels forced. I wish they had given it more thought through. I wouldn't mind if it was a, underappreciated talent that hasn't, been discovered. That would be the perfect debut for a new actor. But it's like, let's hand it to Tom. Oh, all right. Okay. Anything else?
That's the other thing.
Everyone else in the movie looked fine, but it was just Tom Holland. I don't get Nathan Drake vibes, even for a younger Nathan Drake. I can't feel it. I'm not seeing it. And it's not to say he's a bad actor. He can do a pretty damn good job if he's, given the right motivation. But in this, it's just, I'm not feeling it.
Yeah, I'm just like, I can't, especially because I'm like, he's British, and he has British face. I'm like, can y'all not find anyone in America who could possibly take on these roles? I'm like, he did his thing as Spider-Man. I'm not gonna say it was a good job, but he did his thing. And then you had him taking on Uncharted like Nathan Drake. I'm like, so y'all just aren't even looking for Americans anymore for these roles, or what are we doing?
And on top of that, no offense, Tom Holland gonna need a shot of steroids, to be honest. Like he's still too small to be Nathan Drake. Like because you want us to believe that this is supposed to be a 25 to 30-year-old Nathan Drake.
At best, it's like Nathan Drake before, his 20s. Because I can kind of see him developing muscles if they try, but it's like, Tom Holland, hell no. Get someone else who at least, make them lean like he was in the third game, and then, introduce the perfect Nathan Drake over, like, either halfway through the movie, it's a time skip or something, and then we get, normal Nathan Drake continuing the quest of what he was doing in the, first part and trying to develop something. But this doesn't really work because there's, like, so many elements, and I get it. Actors grow at different rates, but Tom Holland, no, someone else and someone else. And even then, the younger Drake was like, 14, 15 years old. And he's supposed to be what, early 20s in this? I'm not
Yeah.
seeing it. If he looks like a freaking dream when he's in his 30s, why is he he's so he's too lean. I can't
Yeah.
really work with that.
And not
Yeah,
even
like
that,
he doesn't
even,
have the proportions.
yeah, and he doesn't even have the Nathan Drake spiky hair or 5 o'clock shadow. Like Tom Holland admitted that he can't grow any facial hair, and I'm like,
Right?
oh,
It's an
okay,
important element to him, okay?
right? Like Tom Holland. No offense, I know Tom is 25, but Tom doesn't look like his balls have dropped yet. Like he hasn't reached puberty yet. I'm sorry, I know he probably has, but look at him. Hell, Zendaya ass don't even look like she hit puberty. I'm still waiting for her chest to hit her ass. But I mean, I know they're grown. I know that they're grown. I know physically they're grown, but they don't look grown. They do not look like grown people. Get some grown people. Get somebody with some gravitas. Get me somebody who look like they balls have dropped. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's really weird because again, the formula right here is.
For God's sakes.
I was gonna bring up with the whole comparisons, Nathan Drake is super masculine, and then we also have Laura Croft who's very feminine. She knows what her worth is, and we tend to get the end of the stick when it comes to younger versions of them. I get it if you want to try and develop that and make them like who they are into the later parts of the movie, and then play around with that, but it's like you have to make sure it's kind of it's you can still kind of see them being a younger version of that said character. Personally, I really wish they again picked someone else for Nathan Drake, because again, I cannot stand Tom Holland. Like, he can do whatever he wants outside of Sony. I think I know Sony owns his ass right now, but it's like I can't really see anything with Nathan Drake with you, dude. You could probably, make a lot of other girls get wet or whatever. It's just, I can't see it. I can't see that handsome charm. I just can't see it. What is with every other girl? Like, come on. I don't see it. Why are we getting this? Like, when we could have that, like, come on. Slice of cake compared to the fruit salad that, Tom Holland is. Like, which one are you going to be picking?
Well, it's real, Dylan. Dylan, does he make you thirst?
Who, Tom Holland?
Yes.
No, because I feel like I'm gonna catch a charge, and I know he's 25, but I still feel like I'm gonna catch a charge.
You failed. Hollywood, you failed.
Like,
if a bisexual or a gay man said no, you failed. You failed.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You failed.
I'm like, I will say. I mean, we've seen the pictures of him in the Spider-Man costume, and he do got the cakes. And the other thing is that one time that he reenacted Rihanna's Umbrella, that will stand out for all of history. He looked good doing it. I'm not gonna lie, but no, he doesn't look old enough. Like, he doesn't.
Right? At best, he could probably be the goofy sidekick. He's better off being like, to me, if I was in charge of, Tom Holland's career, I would be like, you're going to be playing Jimmy Olsen in the DC universe. That's it. Because you got the boyish charm.
Right.
And that's it. Nothing else. I can't see you as Spider-Man. I can't see you as Nathan Drake. You're better off being fucking Jimmy Olsen, okay?
Mitch said Dylan didn't say no, though.
Oh, I'm saying no. Well,
he's saying no. He's saying no.
Hold up. And we're talking about this hypothetical. And Tom Holland actually wanted to hook up with me, knowing he got that Spider-Man money. I mean, it could happen. Like, I'm not gonna say no to, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not saying he's ugly. I'm not saying he's unattractive. I'm saying he's not right for this role. And maybe if we were together, I could be like, baby, no, this ain't for you. But you know what I mean? Like, if you're just asking me, like, does he look right as Nathan Drake? No. Would you hook up with him? That's a completely different question. Because he, like I said, he got that Spider-Man money. So I mean, it would be hard to say no to that.
But it's kind of crazy that both you and Kate are like No, no, just no. Hollywood. When you got a female and an LGBT person saying no, you failed. You have failed. You failed at your casting. You failed at your casting. If Dylan and Kate can't be like, yeah, he looked like a good thirst trap. Just like, even if you don't really like the actor, if he looks like a thirst trap, you won. If he doesn't, you fail. You fail. You failed with Tomb Raider. Tomb Raider, the girl who played Tomb Raider in the new Tomb Raider movie, she didn't look like Laura Croft. She didn't make me want to like, you failed. You failed. And that's the problem.
I mean, hell, like, if you let's look at it the other way. Like, look at Paul Rudd. He was like, what, 40 when he was in Ant-Man? And that motherfucker came out, he was cut. He looked younger, like he looked refreshed and like youthful. I was like, damn. Now, granted, I'm pretty sure Paul Rudd made a deal with some sort of demon, so that's why he still looks as good as he does. But at the same time, I'm like, he put in the work and he really showed out. And I mean, it worked.
Like, Nathan Drake needs to be like the Thor moment. So, like, remember in Thor where nobody knew Chris Hemsworth, but everybody knew Chris Hemsworth when he walked out with no shirt on. Everybody was like, and who is this again?
They remembered his name after that, yeah.
Yeah, everybody was like, who is this again? Oh, that's Chris Hemsworth. Okay.
I guarantee you they couldn't name not one other person who was in the first Thor movie.
Natalie Portman.
Well,
she was the only person in that movie. No, her and Anthony Thompson were the only two people that people knew. Nobody else knew nobody. Because Anthony Thompson's from Silence of the Lamb. Everybody knows Silence of the Lamb. You seen it? You know it. You know what I'm saying? And then Natalie Portman. That's it. Nobody knew nobody else in that movie. I didn't know none of them except for Anthony Hopkins as Odin and Natalie Portman as Jane Foster. Other than that, I didn't know nobody. I was like, and then I saw this guy, and then he walked out with no damn shirt on. I was like, who is this again? Chris Hemsworth. I was like, okay, cool. At least he looks like a Thor. Because nowadays we're getting these we're not even getting these masculine men anymore playing these roles of these superheroes. The bitches ain't even putting no muscle on no more. Robert Pattinson. I mean, like, we're getting people that ain't even putting no muscle on. Like, Tom Holland should have been putting some muscle on if you're going to play Nathan Drake, and the girl who was playing Laura should have got breast implants and ass implants. Like, your focus should have been on squats and boobs. You know what I mean? It don't make no sense. Like, y'all are too skinny to be these iconic characters. And I don't understand that neither. I really don't understand that. It don't make no sense to me. But I just think it wasn't a good choice. It really wasn't a good choice, to be honest. Let's see. Hold on. How about Andrew Garfield? What's your opinion about how Andrew Garfield, in my opinion, as a straight man, he too is handsome to be Spider-Man? Is he a thirst trap? Oh, Andrew Garfield was too much of a thirst trap. Everybody was like, hold on, Peter too hot in this movie. That was like one of the first things I heard. Like, that was a criticism when they cast Andrew Garfield. They were like, Peter's supposed to look dorky. Andrew Garfield is hot. And I was like, I said, now how the hell they get a model to be Peter Parker? But this is before, I heard of Andrew Garfield because I saw The Social Network, but I ain't really paying him no attention. And then you see him as Spider-Man, and you're like, are y'all sure y'all want him to be Peter Parker? Because this guy looks too good looking to be Peter Parker. He did, Andrew Garfield definitely Tobey Maguire looked like a fucking Peter Parker.
He had everything. He had the dorkiness. He had the puppy boy eyes, and oh my goodness, ooh,
yeah, like he looked like a Peter Parker. And when he got a body, and even when he had a body, I was like, okay, cool, that's great.
And it's even not recognizable, even when he's wearing baggy clothes, which is something I think a lot of, every Peter Parker should be, wearing clothes that doesn't make it look like he's fit. There are some occasions where you can get away with it, like, swimsuits. He has no choice but to show off his body. But in the usual setting, he's usually in baggy clothes that, nerds wear. And that's basically it. Nothing too revealing to show that he could be Spider-Man.
Yeah, so I don't know. I don't know what they would. I don't know. I mean, I'm not gonna say it wasn't a bad choice. I just was thinking to myself, I was like, man, now this actor. When I heard his casting, I was just like, now he too goddamn good looking to be Peter Parker. Now I don't know what the hell y'all was thinking with this one. This was that was just like, no, he's too cool for that. And then, no offense, even Emma Stone as Gwen Stacy, I was just like, so what are y'all doing? Y'all are hiring models in the Amazing Spider-Man, and even the guy who was playing Flash, I was like, again, models. What is happening in the Amazing Spider-Man? These people look too good looking to be the characters. Not that I have a problem. I mean, because of course you need the people to look good, but damn, I was like, they're way out of their leagues. Way out.
And
of
I
their
definitely
leagues.
would accept that Flash Thompson over the MCU Flash Thompson.
No, we do not
God
talk about
damn.
that. No.
God damn.
I was fucking disappointed. I wanted a hot Flash Thompson. Like, let's be real. I wanted to see, Flash Thompson beat the shit out of, Tom Holland's Peter Parker. That was the only thing I was looking forward to when they introduced the idea of a Spider-Man movie. I was like, oh crap, this could be awesome. And then when they introduced him, worst adaptation ever. They couldn't even get a guy who's muscular of the same race. Come on, I'll accept that, but no, I can imagine Tom Holland could probably beat him up with a fucking, I don't know, a Capri Sun.
Any of us could beat Flash Thompson up. That's the problem. That was the problem.
Exactly.
First off, they tried to be diverse and inclusive. They literally changed all the race of Peter's friends in the damn movie, which made no damn logical sense. Doesn't make sense, but whatever. Okay, if we can look past the race changing, then all of the characters look like I can beat them up.
It's not looking good.
Yeah, it just no. You know what I mean? Like, oh god. And then I saw somebody say something about Ezra Miller. You know what? You're right. He was too skinny. But guess what? Ezra Miller gained 20 to 30 pounds of muscle to when he did the Justice League thing. Grant Gustin, I'm still waiting for that motherfucker. I'm like 8 seasons, my dude, and you still ain't got in shape for the role. And he keep talking about he got depression issues and it's hard to put on muscle and all that. Shut up. No, it's not. You're a runner. You're supposed to have a physique of an athletic runner. You don't. You ain't got no butt, the first. You ain't got no chest, no arms. Like, his arms are skinny as hell. Like, what is this? What is this? At least Ezra. If you look at Ezra movies before he did Flash, that boy was skinnier than Grant. And when it was time for him to do Justice League, the motherfucker put on muscle. Even though I don't like Ezra as Flash, but at least the man put the work in, unlike somebody named Grant Gustin. Just saying. First off, Aunt May was a whore in the MCU. I don't care what none of y'all say. She was a whore. That's what she was there for, to be whored out for us. Because I was just like, hey, you know what? Aunt May should never, ever, ever look that damn good. Ever. No, I'm sorry. Oh yeah, Brenton. Yeah, you right, Anthony. Me and Brenton gonna have problems. I need to talk to Brenton about next season of Titans. If that motherfucker don't start doing some squats and getting the ass, we gonna have problems. It don't make no sense. You're Nightwing. You are Nightwing.
Yeah, just put some butt implants and nobody has to know, like fake butt pads.
Sure. I'd rather him do that than not no ass at all. And then DC had the nerve to have him posing like he had an ass. I was like, oh my god.
I mean, and it's such a disappointment because like Brenton Thwaites is like really cute and he's got that Australian accent. I'm like, damn, if only you had hit the trifecta, you'd be the total package.
And you know what's so funny, Anthony? That is sad. The actor who plays Hulk and the actress who played Dove, mainly Kelly and Alan Richardson, are the only ones that got bodies on the show. And the guy who played Aqualad, they killed off for whatever fucking reason. That didn't make no damn sense. But yeah, that I'm not gonna sit up here and lie. I was not expecting to see Alan Richardson naked in the Titan series. I was like, oh, okay. Oh, okay. So why he not playing Dick Grayson? That was the first thing I thought about when I saw him. I was like, why he not playing Dick Grayson again? No, we decided to give it to Brenton instead. Look at Alan Richardson. He has a body. He has a physique. He has a butt. I'm just saying. I think the casting messed up with that one. And the girl who playing Donna, Connor Lisa, yeah, girl, booty too. You gonna need a booty too. I'm and Anna Dopic as Starfire, booty. If you ain't gonna give me nothing else, give me a booty. Squats is y'all best friend because let's see. So we got Alan Richardson and we have Joshua Orphan. Those are the only two people that got bodies on the show that are the males. I don't understand how that works. And we done seen Joshua Orphan's ass about probably 4 times in the series, butt naked. Like, I don't know how many times we gonna keep seeing this man naked in this show. Like, can the girls be naked? No, just the guys, just this one guy, because you can't show Brenton apparently, and him and Starfire are supposed to be sleeping together, and we ain't seen none of their nakedness. Disappointed. Why do men have more butt than women sometimes? I remember somebody said it's a scientific explanation for why men have more booties than women. It's something. It's not our fault. I felt wrong seeing Hot May. Yeah. I was like, who that? They were like, Aunt May. I said, no, the hell it ain't. No, the hell it ain't.
Yeah, I was like, really? They're gonna go with a young Aunt May? I was like, oh god.
I saw some comments saying Robert Pattinson don't look like Bruce. He should have been Nightwing. If you don't get the fuck out of here, he don't have muscle or ass. Pattinson could make a good Riddler. Yeah. Robert Pattinson ain't got no kind of physique. And then it was kind of funny because, they were trying to compare this picture of him running on the beach to that one scene in the Batman trailer. And it was like, see, he put on muscle. Wow, he put on 5 pounds of muscles. Congratulations. That ain't much of nothing. Compared to what Ben Affleck put on, compared to what Christian Bale put on when they put on muscle, get out of here with that nonsense. And then another thing too, somebody was trying to compare the 1939 or the 1940 something Batman TV series that I think was like 20 something episodes. It was, first off, it was horse shit. But let's be honest, you're comparing a show from the 1940s to 2022 and trying to tell people you guys should be grateful that you ain't getting nothing from 1940s. Well, in the 1940s, if all of us was growing up in the 1940s, that would have been revolutionary, dumbass. Comic book movies and shows have evolved way past the point where I'm not trying to hear these excuses why these actors are not in shape for the role. Nobody didn't like Michelle Jones' ass. Damn, shit. Mary Jane Watson has boobs and ass. Look, I like my girl Zendaya, but she ain't got no boobs and ass. Sorry. She ain't got it.
I was just really annoyed with that when they called her like Watson. She was like, I don't go by Watson. It's Michelle Jones. I was like, oh,
yeah,
God,
like they even had a poster of her saying Mary Jane Watson. And they was like, Miss Mary Jane Watson. She was like, I don't go by Watson. I go by Michelle Jones. Like, so bitch, you were Mary Jane Watson. Like, oh my God, everybody said that. We all knew you were Mary Jane Watson or want to be Mary Jane Watson anyway. Like, get out of here with that crap. Anthony said that Joshua Orphan should have been Nightwing. Yeah. That would have been something. At least he would have had the body for it. Just being honest. And you ain't never seen Brenton work out like with the rest of the Titans. Like nobody's gonna work out besides Joshua and the Asian kid that plays Beast Boy, which they are abusing that boy. That boy ain't did shit in 3 seasons. Ryan Potter, he deserved better than this. He deserved better than that. They ain't did nothing with him yet at all. And then they introduced that guy who played Aqualad, and then they killed him off in the same episode. What was the point of that? And he was cool. I was like, oh, cool, Aqualad character. I thought he might have returned to sea or something, but they were like, no, he's just dead for no reason. And then what was the other character that they brought in there? Oh, and the guy who playing Red Hood. Like, how you gonna have him playing Red Hood and he ain't got no muscle? Like, if you're going to make him play Red Hood, he needs to have an evolution of where he died and he came back and he can take a hit. Like, I didn't believe anything that the guy who was playing Jason Todd could do anything. Like, his helmet was the biggest thing on him. He had no muscle mass at all. And for some reason, DC kept posing him in a booty shot. And I'm like, he ain't got no ass. What is up with y'all putting these men and women in butt shots and they ain't got no ass? Curtin Walters. Curtin Walters ain't got nothing. He ain't even got a physique on him. Like, give me something. Like, if you're gonna, you know, they made Tim Drake. Yeah, they made Tim Drake half Asian, half black for some damn reason. It just further proves how much DC hates Tim Drake. Apparently,
they really do. Like, it's blatant at this point.
Yeah, it definitely is. I don't know. Hey, you know, AK, do you even watch any of those shows?
Wait, what? Like, we've been talking about the whole Tim Drake. I've never even touched any of these, you know, live action shows. The only thing I've probably watched from DC or any, you know, other comic book, you know, universe thing is like Doom Patrol. I haven't really touched any, you know, live action shows. I haven't really caught up with any of the movies and such because I just it's kind of blank there. I'm just like, I don't bother with it if I don't see a reason to watch it immediately. I mean, yeah, a lot of people will give me shit for not watching No Way Home, and I'm like, eh. And with all the upcoming movies, I'm sure a lot of people are going to be like, Dazzling Kate, make sure you get to it. And I'm like, eh. I'll probably definitely see more animated movies more so than, you know, live action ones. It's nothing against them. It's just more like, I avoid them because I don't really care that much. And I don't want to spend money for something I might be disappointed in like later on and be like, I wasted about, you know, $10, $20 for all the snacks and whatever else I got and a movie ticket. And yeah, I don't want to waste that much money. So,
I mean,
yeah.
The fact that y'all still buying food at the movie theater, we put a backpack and we put everything in there. We go to McDonald's or Burger King or wherever the food places around there, put it in a backpack and walk in there. Sorry, it's
understandable. Like, I do that with only, like, you know, candies I can't get into the movie theater. I usually just buy some of the stuff just so it stays in business. That's the way I see it. If they have good service, then I'll, you know, reward them with good, you know, money.
Now I do get a slushie from time to time. I do have a weakness for slushies. And they have this at the movie theater. They have this this Phantom mango slushie. Oh my god! And y'all already know I like mangoes. I'm like, oh, mangoes and slushies, perfect. It's a perfect combination, and it's like $6 for this big ass cup of slushie. And I'm just like, yes, give it to me. Lord have mercy. Free Fire Comics say you should watch Superman and Lois. It's really good. Surprisingly, that's the only goddamn thing that's good on the CW right now.
Maybe I might try it, but it's like I'm really picky about what I watch. It's why I don't watch as many live action movies like I used to. It was like after the whole Spider-Man, like, you know, 2002 to 7 Spider-Man trilogy, I just kind of Well,
this is a TV
I didn't
show,
bother.
so you kind of binge that. You kind of binge Superman and Lois because it's on the CW, and it's probably like 12 to 13 episodes each. So
I'll probably touch it. Maybe, I don't know. It's like, again,
you can
I'm
start
selective
touching
at
it a
that.
little bit more. Like, you're in the geek spirit, Kate. It's time for you to put on big girl pants and start getting in some of these movies.
But I'm
and shows.
busy. I have to watch all these murder documentaries. How else
No,
will
no,
I be
no,
able
no,
to?
no, 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 no.
I probably know more.
You
of
can
that
give
stuff.
Superman and Lois some time. Like it's literally the only good thing close that we have a Superman at this point. You seen what they've done in the comic books to this man. You see in the movies they're trying to get rid of him. Video games are trying to make him evil as usual. So at least we got something.
I mean, perhaps I'll just get on to watching Superman and Lois this month, I guess. So I'll probably watch it when I'm doing some kind of long assignment. That way I can kind of just listen to it and move forward with my art. That's the only way you can get me to really do that kind of stuff, especially since the last recommendation I got for, reviewing or watching something like, 13 Reasons Why. I've been kind of like avoiding my to-do list because I'm just like, no, I don't want to repeat of that. I don't want to repeat of that.
That was the whole point. The whole point of that was because people wanted your thoughts on it because they knew it wasn't a good show. Everybody knows that that's not a good show.
Many hours wasted on nothing. Nothing.
I know. Isn't it fun? I'm just
Arcane. What's
no,
Arcane?
No, it's a show on Netflix. I keep forgetting about watching it. I just got done watching Sword Art Online Alicization. Not even about to sit up here and lie to you. New episodes of Sword Art Online popped up on my watch list from Netflix, and I said, and I'm going to watch. And I've been watching another Korean show called We're All Dead. I'm like, oh shit, let's watch it. So, oh yeah, I gotta watch Stargirl. I forget. I gotta watch Stargirl. I keep telling myself I'm gonna watch Stargirl. And then when I get on HBO Max, I'll be like, what was I supposed to be watching? And then I find something else to watch.
No, yeah, Stargirl is really good.
No, I mean I know it's not. I'm not saying that it's not good. It's just that every time I'm supposed to get, I say I'm gonna watch Stargirl, I get on HBO Max, right? And then I'd be like, what was I supposed to watch again? And then I find something else that they don't recommended me, and I'm like, and there we go. No, I have not seen The Kingdom. I'm just getting slowly back into trying to watch my list of stuff. And I watched this show called Eden Zero too. It's like a knockoff version of Fairy Tale in Space, the anime Fairy Tale.
Oh my goodness,
that was something. What you know about Fairy Tale?
No, I'm just like remembering all these other shows that I watched, like that are Korean, like a couple of Korean shows here and there, but like the one that I'm trying to go through is True Beauty. Like honestly,
Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. It is something. I'm almost done with We Are Dead, and then I gotta watch this other one called God Sent or something like that. It's another Korean show that they're promoting to me, and I'm like, oh, all right, give me a minute, guys. I'm going to watch all of them as best as I can. I watched Catwoman Hunted. I thought it was a little fun, little cute movie. That was it. It's nothing big. You don't need to make no big deal about it. It's just basically Super Crooks. Like if you guys seen Super Crooks, it's in the style of Super Crook. Well, it's on Netflix. It's a anime version of Jupiter Legacy villains trying to rob this villain who has the ability to explode your head. It's crazy, but it's a good anime. It's a good anime, and it has an amazing soundtrack. It has an amazing OTS. And then I watched Catwoman Hunted. That was fun. It was a little simple, and it gives you a real Batwoman and not that bullshit that CW did. You know?
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I did like Super Crooks. I watched it. It was really good.
Yeah, and because I remember I told your best friend, I was disappointed in that damn Jupiter Legacy shit your ass suggested me. She was like, because she was telling me that Jupiter Legacy was good, and I watched that damn show. I was like, this shit is trash. So that's why I didn't want to watch Super Crooks. And then I just saw it popped up on my little thing, and I was like, let me just see what this is about. And then it was actually amazing. And I was like, well, why they didn't just make Jupiter Legacy like this then? Because it's in the same universe. It takes place in the same universe. And I'm like, why you just didn't do the show like this then? Like that would have been way better than whatever the hell you guys were whatever the hell you was trying to do with that live action shit. I did hear about Halo, and I think it's stupid. And the Xbox fans are going to probably lose their shits when they see that Halo.
They won't like it.
Oh yeah. Elizabeth Gillies was hot as Catwoman, and she was.
I like her
Victorious. She was Jade West, and she played that rocker chick daughter in Eat Drugs Bang Something shit on FX, and then she's on Dynasty. So Elizabeth Gillies got good range anyway. But my favorite role of her is always Jade West, because I mean she's crazy. Yeah. And she was hot at the same time. I was like, I don't know why her acting crazy like she is so hot though.
Yeah.
But like I know it's toxic. I know it's toxic. Don't judge me. I know it's toxic, but damn. Especially when like she's ready to beat you up every time, and I'm just like, I was like, I can see why Andre kind of fell in love with her right quick. Oh Lord have mercy. Peacemaker. You know, Rolo, I kind of been avoiding Peacemaker because
I think I'm the only one here who's been watching Peacemaker. I do really like it.
The only reason why I'm saying that is because I've been reading, catching up on Peacemaker himself as a character, and I've been reading him in Suicide Squad. And then when I stopped reading the Suicide Squad for a little bit when I watched the Suicide Squad movie, the one where he's actually in there, and I'm like, what the fuck is happening with Peacemaker? You know what I mean? And I was like, I don't know if I can handle a whole show of his bullshit. I really don't, because I mean that's not the character, and I really hate when they change the characters into these comedic characters, especially a character that's supposed to be so serious like him. Like I'm not saying that you can't have funny moments with him, but oh god damn it, Jesus Christ, it goes against who the character is. So I'm gonna try to sit down and watch it. Hopefully, my bias of what I know the character to be compared to what I'm about to watch won't get in the way of me enjoying the show. I will try my best to watch the show, but I'm not making no promises.
I mean, it's one of those shows where you basically have to divorce any source material from the character itself, because he's definitely not that. Like there are a few moments here and there where there's a little bit of that shines through, but for the most part, no. And I mean, I'm not okay. How do I explain this? I like the show. I do. I'm enjoying it. My boyfriend and I watch it together all the time. Like we love it. The one of the main reasons though that we like it, and it's also like a problem that I had. So it's a weird thing. I have a problem with the characterization of Vigilante, because I like the character of Vigilante, and that's the way that he is in the show is not the way he is in the comics. That's one of those things where you got to kind of like turn that part off. But at the same time, like he's not anything like he is in the comics. But the way that he is on the show is a lot like one of our friends. So every time that he comes out on screen and he's like saying some funny shit, like both my boyfriend and I look at each other and we're like, yeah, that's Kyle. Like that's absolutely. And it's one of my boyfriend's like coworkers. So it's like, it's one of those things where it's like, you can have fun with it, but you have to just be willing to watch it as just the show. Cause there's not a whole, that's the one thing I will give it credit on though. It doesn't try to borrow off of any like established storylines and trying to like, you know how like with Infinity War, like they basically took the Infinity Gauntlet saga and then just made their own thing out of it. This is them trying to tell like pretty much their own brand new story. So I will give them credit on that aspect.
Yeah. And see, that's probably my biggest problem, because that was my problem with the Guardians of the Galaxy. Like James Gunn did get people excited about it, but at the cost of changing the character to what the public perception is. And then, of course, you have people who will never read the comic books that will try to tell you how great and amazing Peacemaker is or whatever. And then when you throw the actual history at them, oh, you don't know what you're talking about. And it's just like, no, just because you watched the fucking show that actually was a bastardized version of the character, you don't know what the real character is. And I don't understand. That's my problem when they adapt these characters. Adapt them, sure. Make some slight alterations if you have to, but don't completely change their personality to the point where they're not even. They don't even. It doesn't even make no damn sense with the character, and that's my problem with the Suicide Squad when he was in it, and that was my problem with Guardians of the Galaxy. That was definitely my problem with Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2. I don't know what the fuck James Gunn was doing right there. And that's going to be probably my problem with the Batman movie if I ever watch it, which I'm probably not going to watch it. So don't even fucking ask me to watch. Yeah, the Guardians of the Galaxy costumes were sucked ass. Like if you guys looked at the real Guardians of the Galaxy before they were rebooted by James Gunn, they had actual good costumes. Like watch Avengers Earth Mightiest Heroes. Watch the episode where the Guardians of the Galaxy actually show up. Like Peter Quill was not this jokey character that people never took serious. When he showed up, he commanded respect, and that's another thing that I hate. They be taking these man characters who are these manly men characters who don't take no nonsense with people and make them the butt of the joke for everyone. And it's it just kind of sucks, to be honest, when you see that kind of stuff, because that's what the public perception of these characters are, and that's what we always get when we see the Guardians of the Galaxy, this joking team, instead of this actual serious team led by a serious person. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, that's always the problem that I have with it too. I'm like, they end up, and I have people who will tell me like, but I liked it. I thought it was, it was really good. Like, I found it entertaining. Like, I don't see a problem with it or whatever. I'm like, that's fine. I'm not saying you have to hate it or anything, and I'm not saying that it wasn't entertaining. What I'm saying is that what you see now is whenever they make these changes, like James Gunn changes characters for the movies, all of a sudden everybody, like you said, that's the public's perception. That's how they know the character to be. So they want to see that in the comics. And then that's how they end up changing them in the comics with no explanation, no crossover. It's just all of a sudden they'll start like a brand new series, and now the character is exactly the way they were in the movie. And it's like it takes away from it, because it's like you have all of this pre-established continuity, and then all of a sudden the movie comes out and they're like, oh, we need to make it exactly like that, going off of nothing else but the movie, and then we're just going to try to put it in the same stories we've always had the character in. It's like, it doesn't work that way. You need to keep some form of consistency. I get it, the movie was popular and a lot of people liked it, but if they liked it, maybe give them a chance to like the character the way that they've always been. It was liked enough for some director to put it in a movie. Why not give people a chance to like that character as it is?
And that was funny too, because Marvel really thought that they could do that with the Guardians of the Galaxy. Like right after James Gunn changed the Guardians of the Galaxy, they literally rebooted the comic book and started with issue number 1. And the Guardians of the Galaxy looks like their movie counterparts and act like their movie counterparts, but the book didn't sell. Of course, it wasn't going to sell. It didn't sell from the previous run that it ended with. Okay, the previous run showed the Guardians of the Galaxy as a serious team. You just made the team non and void because you wanted them to match the movie, which nobody likes them. Like, sorry, people who like the comics. Huh? What'd you say, Kate?
I just went through the Harley Quinn book that one of the commentators, like audience members, was telling us about, and I'm like, oh no, this is the way you announce season 3 for Harley Quinn? Yeah, God no.
Oh, you talking about that self-insert where
it's like I read the latest one now because I was bored a little bit. Not from you guys. I just wanted to see what it was, what the finale was. Apparently, this is the finale, and check it out on season 3 on HBO Max. And I'm like, what the hell? That's not how you end. What? This entire time, it's what?
I will say, like, when it came to that series, that particular comic series, like, My boyfriend watched the series. He watched the Harley Quinn show, and he actually liked it. I didn't watch it with him. I watched the first maybe 5 minutes of the first episode, and I was like, yeah, I'm out. He
Me too.
watched the whole thing, and he actually found it enjoyable. Like, he liked it. I was like, okay, fine, that's whatever. Then this comic series came out, and I told him, I was like, oh yeah, this is supposed to be like crossing over from that. He was like, okay. So he got the first issue. I don't even think he finished reading it. He was just like, this is dumb. I don't like it. I was like, I'm sorry. I was like, it seems like that's going to play directly into the show. So, I mean, regardless, it is what it is. But literally, he got the first issue, and with each like subsequent issue that came out, I would ask him, like, do you want to get it? And he was like, no, I don't want to read it. And I was like, hey, well, that's what happened. That's what I was saying. I'm like, even people who like the show read this shit, and they're like, yeah, this is stupid. So, I don't know what they're going to get.
It looked really... the ending to it was just like playing out like as if it was, an actual part of the episode of the series. But the problem with that is just it doesn't really work that way. Like when you transition from comic books to, well, not comic books, but like a show to the comics, and then do it for 6 months, and the final like finale is just like, oh, make sure you go check it out on HBO Max. And I'm like, I mean, obviously people are gonna go check it out. You don't need to tell them to go check it out. They already want to know. But with the way that it went in this, story, it just I'm like, are we gonna get answers from this little comic series of how it's going to affect season 3? How much do you want to think that like a lot of the plot points in the comic series of this isn't even going to play a part in season 3 at all? I mean, it takes a long time to animate, make a series, that kind of thing, and having it connect to the comic and making sure it stays on track, it's kind of difficult. Like, you want to make sure it plays well. It doesn't look like it's gonna play well. Maybe it might, maybe it won't, but I'm just like, no, this isn't how you end a final comic. It's like it's the same point in every single comic. It's like same plot, they're running away, I get it, but where's the motivation to continue reading? Because all of this is looking
Oh, you want to know where your motivation to keep reading is, Kate? It's written by a black, queer, disabled woman. Isn't that enough of a reason? Apparently, that's the selling point. The story, not so much. Who's writing it and their traits, that's supposed to be the big draw.
And Kate, and it's lesbians, and they get to rub their clitoris together. Come on now.
Oh, God.
Isn't that amazing?
Jesus Christ.
Like,
honestly, I would probably believe something more ridiculous than this. And it's not to say that the relationship is okay. The relationship is totally shit, and honestly, I really wish someone else would have written the relationship better, because it's like everyone in this fucking comic is queer. That person is queer. The side characters are queer. I mean, even the background characters are queer. Where is
the only one who's actually straight is Kite Man, right?
And he doesn't even appear in there, so it's like the only one that I'm probably going to assume isn't, being... Wait, no, I can't say Batman, because I have no idea what Batman, Superman, and Wonder Woman were doing at that, final episode. I don't know what the fuck they were doing. It could have been something that we will not talk about.
Not the devil's threesome, Kate. Not the devil's threesome.
I'm not gonna ask. Not even gonna ask. Nope. Nope, don't want to know.
I was so annoyed when my boyfriend was telling me, because even he found it a little bit just kind of like sus in the way that it's like the whole time Poison Ivy's in this relationship with Kite Man, and then like they're doing the whole thing, they're going to get married, and all of a sudden at the end it's like, oh no, she's just going to run off with Harley Quinn. And I was like, every time I saw Kite Man and like him doing anything or saying anything, I was like, he basically just seems like a well-intentioned dude, and they basically still want to paint it as, isn't he such a pain in the ass? Like, why wouldn't anybody want to get away from him?
In my life,
that's what I was saying too. I was like, he seemed very like normal, very well adjusted, and there's like, oh my god, wouldn't that be a nightmare to end up with him? I'm like, you what?
I think the only time they tried to excuse it was when he was mad at the end when Ivy decided to go with Harley, and it's like, oh look, he's a dick. No, he's not. He's just fucking, shocked that, Ivy chose Harley over him, even though Harley caused a majority of the problems in her life. It's like,
Yeah.
you can't end it like that and just say, oh, he's a dick because he didn't believe in their love. It's like, no, he had intentions. He had good intentions. Harley, not so much. I wouldn't want, Ivy being with someone who's a piece of shit. And then obviously the grossest thing about the finale, like final comic of the series, it's just like, you have someone who's literally just fucking stinky, a fucking, I don't know. It's just, how is the bad guy fucking, what? All
I
you
don't
needed
get it
was
either.
fucking soap. Okay, what? You could come up with
I'm
any
just
other,
like,
creature, monster, whatever. But you chose, a person who just didn't choose to fucking wash themselves. Okay, that's boring as hell. Why? Why that? You could have chosen any bad guy, anyone. I would have picked Condiment Man out of anything out of this. This was just what?
and I wanted to say thank you, Andy. I do command. I keep up with the popular kids vernacular like sus. I'm kind of like modern like that. You know what I mean? Um, but I don't know what they were trying to do with this whole show. Like that's why I said I haven't even watched more than like the first 5 minutes. Like as soon as I see like Joker and Harley about to pull off this whole thing, I was like, okay, sounds about right. And then all of a sudden he comes on, he starts shooting, and she's like, no, that wasn't the plan. And then he's like, it's okay, I'm doing my own thing or whatever the hell. And she's like, this is why I'm always the brains of the operation. And I was sitting there, I was like, what the fuck is this? I was like, what? Like, I realized Joker's a psychopath. Yes, we all know that. But for her to be sitting there and acting like as if she's trying to keep some sort of like, I don't know, 4-year-old with ADHD, she's trying to keep him in track while she's like in line at the bank or something. I was like, what is this? And I like Kaylee Cuoco, the one who voices Harley Quinn. I liked her. I liked her on The Big Bang Theory. I know that's not a very popular thing. A lot of people hate The Big Bang Theory. I actually enjoyed it. I liked her on there. I think she's a great actress. But hearing her in this and then just seeing the way that the show is written, I was like, this is just, I could already tell. I was like, if I go beyond this first episode, I will never not be annoyed with each subsequent episode. So I was like, I need, for my own health, because I read a lot of comic books that have probably already given me brain tumors. For my own health, I need to not watch this show. So I left it alone. My boyfriend watched it. He liked it. Like I said, whatever. We don't talk about it. It's not something he's rewatched, so I don't really know how much he actually enjoyed it, but he said that he liked it, so
Yeah.
I'll take his word for it.
Mitch said the show is basically for Tumblrites. I mean, to be honest, that first episode, the first 5 minutes, I said, "Yep, this is for some Tumblr, Twitter, LGBT advocate bullshit. This ain't for me. This ain't for me." Like, I get it. I understand it's an adult show. I understand it's supposed to parody, but I can't. Some shows I just can't give it the benefit of the doubt. And then especially that season 2 finale was straight bullshit. So what if I even wanted to continue with the show, seeing what they did in season 2, I was just like, nah, I'm out. I'm not doing this with y'all. And all it proves was how toxic Harley Quinn is as a person. Not, you would think that Poison Ivy would be the most toxic person because of being, I don't know, Poison Ivy. But Harley Quinn shows she's just as chaotic and toxic as the Joker herself. Like, baby, you don't need to be in a relationship with nobody at all. Poison Ivy, please run back to Kite Man. Get the fuck away from Harley Quinn. In the comics, outside the comics, everywhere. Get away from Harley Quinn as a potential lover. No, she doesn't need to be your lover at all. All this proves was how toxic Harley Quinn is and how she drags her Poison Ivy down. And she's been dragging Poison Ivy ass down since 2011.
Oh my goodness. I keep thinking about, like, how they play around with like Harley's personality and such, and how she's more, different than how she was when she was first introduced. It's kind of weird to just see someone who's like, the first time you see Harley Quinn is, in the animated series, and how, she falls to become, a henchman for Joker, and then now seeing own hero. I mean, not hero, but anti-hero, whatever. But it's like, if you're gonna do something like this, like if you're going to make a hench person in general become a better person, then you got to make up for some of the shitty things they've done. You can't exactly get past a lot of the element like situations and cases that happened involving them where they were willingly going to do something dangerous and did something dangerous and fucked up. And it's kind of like with Harley, you either have to go like, okay, let's pretend this event didn't happen because this is a different version of the story, and adapt her to being a anti-hero then if she hasn't harmed anyone. But it's really hard not to harm anyone if you're fucking Joker's henchwoman. It's kind of like a hit and miss situation. You have to have it make sense. If you're gonna have her be a anti-hero, then do an alternate universe thing. That would make more sense than the main continuity, where it's kind of messy right now and we can't really figure it out because, again, there's so many different arcs, there's so many writer adaptations to these characters. You can't really expect every single writer to just leap at every single issue and go through it all and try and work from that. It's like, it's the consistency and source material, it's like it's impossible.
Yeah. But I mean, they should still know who the character is. Like, you don't have to read every story, but keep the character consistent. You like, there's never been a setup for Harley Quinn's transition out of villainy to anti-hero. You know what I'm saying? So it's weird that DC's trying to make it a thing, and it's just like, hey, stop trying to make fetch happen. It's never going to happen.
I
Just
think it
because
was mostly made from that, online thing where
yeah,
basically not characters, fans were comparing Harley to Deadpool, and then DC was like, "Hey, we could do something with this. Like, we don't have to get our own Deadpool. We can just introduce Harley Quinn as her own independent type of character and do a Deadpool like situation." I think they were mostly doing that, and I think the only thing out of these characters, the good thing that came out of that is their ripoff of Deadpool, even though they have Harley Quinn, which was like, what was his name again? It was like something Tool. I don't know. Like,
yeah, it was like it was a playoff thing. But actually, and you know what's so funny is I've read the Harley Quinn run from the New 52, not all of it, and I'm not gonna lie, it's boring. Oh my god. I hate to admit it. I hate to admit it. The only time it was interesting is when she teamed up with Power Girl, when they had the Harley Quinn Power Girl series. I To be honest, I'm surprised Power Girl didn't snap Harley Quinn's neck, but whatever. But I've read a few of Harley Quinn's New 52 run. It ain't good. It ain't good. And I'm being generous. It's not good. It's basically like the Unbeatable Squirrel Girl. It's one of, like, you remember when Marvel was just giving random characters a comic book just for no reason and trying to make them popular? It's the same thing with Harley Quinn. Just because she's popular, you guys are trying to make her work as a character, a solo character. And sad to say, she's not a solo character. She's not a standalone character. No matter how much you try to make her a standalone character, she's not a standalone character. She doesn't work at all. Like, we've seen her in a movie. We've seen her where she led her own movie. It did not work. Sorry, it didn't work. No matter what anybody says, it did not work. Suicide Squad, they knew to keep that bitch as a supporting character because it doesn't work. It does not work. No matter what anybody try to say, oh, she's a popular character. Yeah, to cosplayers and to emo girls, sure. Because the style that you gave her is actually fashionable enough for girls to wear. But that doesn't mean she's a good character to promote and push as a top tier character. Because the comic books don't chart the top 50. It don't. It really don't. She might be featured in books that tops the 50. That's about it. She's not a good solo character. To be honest, most people want her back with the Joker. They do. No matter what anybody be trying to say, oh, I like her with Poison Ivy and stuff like that, because her being with the Joker was toxic or whatever. Okay, sure. Sure. Okay. Except for go to a convention and most people are dressed as when they're dressed as Harley Quinn, they're accompanied by who? Joker. Just being honest. Just being honest. But I don't know. I don't know. They tried to make the character work. I think her show needs to be done after season 3. The fact that this bitch got a show before Wonder Woman just blows my mind to this day. And the dogs barked because they agree with me. Yes, I want Harley Quinn back in her original costume. I don't know how I'm being sexist for saying that. I get tired of people saying I'm being sexist for wanting her back in her original gesture costume. I'm like, you mean the costume that covers her up?
Like literally from head to toe?
Right. Like, what are you talking about? That costume is literally the most covered up costume that Harley Quinn has. Y'all act like I was asking for that New 52 costume. Whoa, that New 52 costume did left nothing to the imagination. I said, God damn. Harley Quinn became a whore and a slut. All in one. No. That costume was not good for Harley Quinn. And it was so weird. To be honest, it was kind of weird to see Harley Quinn in that kind of costume because when she was in previous DC comic books, she was always covered up. You know, even when she was in disguise, you know, she was still covered up. So it's weird. It's weird that the New 52, they showed more skin on her and gave her less clothing. Even she wears less clothing to this day. So it's kind of weird when a person who says, "Hey, can we just put her back in a gesture costume?" That's sexist. You just want to sexualize a female. What? Have you not seen her outfits after the original gesture costume? Okay, all right. I'm being sexist.
Oh my goodness, though. I think people go crazy a lot of the time with, Harley Quinn. Personally, I think, like, when I think of Harley Quinn, I'm just like, it would have been interesting had they done something with her character that would have actually affected everyone in this situation other than being, Joker's henchwoman. And honestly, if I'm not going to lie, because when I was, younger watching the animated series, I would be like, man, Harley Quinn just needs to, get rid of Joker, like, herself. It doesn't need to be Batman. I personally think Harley, out of all these characters in the animated series, if she did it, if she, killed Joker herself, I think that would have made more of an impact in the DC, animated movie universe than, it being a, accident. I think it would have been more interesting and more of a joke than, well, not a joke, but more of a, you get karma when you bring in this character or person into your life of crime, and then they end you, and I think that's a perfect way for Joker to go. Like,
that would have been a good way to tell a story.
Yeah. Y'all just ignore me. I'm over here eating this pizza. It's good as fuck though. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
no, I definitely agree. I definitely agree with that. If you really wanted like some road to redemption or something like that for the character, that could have been something really cool.
Yeah, I don't think did they ever do that in the comics. I haven't really caught up with anything. They've never.
No, they haven't. Every time
you would think they would do that, because that's the one thing I think a lot of fans would rather see. Because in the animated series, everyone's like, "Oh my gosh, I feel sorry for Harley because she's being abused, for someone who's a piece of shit." And they haven't done that. Like, I really think they should. And even in the Tom King, writing of Batman and Catwoman, on that again. I'm just like, I get it. It's nice to see Harley still being Harley in that verse, but it's like, Selena took care of a problem for you. I wouldn't think you're this obsessed with the dead man. What the hell? Like, old lady did no way.
I mean, Mitch kind of got a point though. Mitch do got a point though with the character. As much as people, feel sorry for Harley or whatever, she kept running back to the Joker and stuff like that. And at some point, you when it comes to females like that, you kind of have to let them stay in that until they are willing to do it. But with the character Harley Quinn, because she's so popularized to be the Joker's girlfriend, that's like the reason why they created Punchline is because Harley Quinn isn't being Harley Quinn, and they need something that gives that classic Harley Quinn back. And I think that's why James Tinian created Punchline to give us the thing like, oh God, that's what we're missing from Harley Quinn. That's the Harley Quinn that people want to see again, not whatever they're doing with this lesbo bullshit. Harley Quinn. This Harley Quinn isn't interested anymore at this point. Like, ugh, God. Mm. I'm still intrigued by your Mayday Parker 616 story arc, Trey. Any changes on how you would do it? I'm curious. Oh, what I was thinking about the one more day thing. Actually, the arc that I talked about in the video, it still stays the same. Nothing really would change except for the fact that Mary Jane Watson and Peter Parker would be reunited with their daughter, and they would be able to be married again. Other than that, everything that I talked about in that video still stands. One more day would probably never happen, or the fact that once Mary Jane and Peter Parker get married, all of their memories of them being married and the whole vow of them not being married anymore will retcon itself into the history of Marvel, where it's just like, oh, they always been married since the day that they got married all the way until present time. Now they're married. You know what I'm saying? So yeah. Other than that, yeah, pretty much. And Mayday Parker would finally be reunited with her parents, and Mary Jane Watson would probably be having another child by now. Yep, that's what I would want to see. I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm over here looking at because I hadn't heard they were bringing back the Blood Syndicate, so I was like, let me look this up. And I'm like,
oh, Blood Syndicate's coming back. Okay.
Apparently
Wait. Are we talking about the Milestone one?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
With Wise Son, Tech 9, and Fade Return.
We already know it's gonna be trash. I mean, let's be honest. Let's be honest. Who's been everybody who's in the chat still? Give me an eye if you've been reading, if you've been keeping up with the Milestone comic books. All of the Milestone characters, Static, Rocket, and Hardware. Have you guys been keeping up with those god awful books?
I mean, I'm still reading Icon and Rocket.
We already know you reading them. Shut up. We
I mean, not all of them. It ain't all of them.
I mean, that Static book was done after issue number 2. I was like, and I'm done.
I don't even think that they're coming out with any new issues. I haven't seen another one come out since like 4.
I think they got like 2 more because it's supposed to be a 6-issue run. Like Amazon's, why did they turn the Lord of the Rings into Game of Thrones? I couldn't tell you, to be honest. Cobe says somewhat. No, I've been rewatching Gotham. Okay, understandable. Which is kind of strange because HBO Max is going to do a prequel series of Gotham PCD, where we get to see how Gotham reacts to Batman's first year in Gotham City, the Robert Pattinson one, and I'm like, and I have no interest. Anything that's coming from Matt Reeves, I don't care. I really don't care. Huh. Haven't brought any since Static season 1, number 1. Yeah, Prince, I haven't touched Static. Since issue number 2. Dylan been reading Icon and Rocket. That's probably the only one that's feasible. I mean, it has issues. Now, if you can do it if you can change a few things, Icon and Rocket would be fine. But as it stands, most of the Milestone books are just trash. Do they have something like Static Forces? No, they don't. I don't know. Kate, have you been keeping up with any of the Milestone?
I haven't really touched any of the Milestone books, to be honest. I've, been busy. I just don't have lots of time to focus on every individual book, and I'm like, no thanks. After the Static book, unless you mean the earlier Milestone books, then I'm like, I'm putting those ideas of what to read for a rainy day when I have time.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna get this Blood Syndicate season one, maybe at least the first couple issues. Mostly because I'm gonna be reading about Tech Nine while listening to Tech Nine, and just I'm gonna see where we go from there.
Yeah.
Like, I'm gonna see if it syncs up at all. You know what I mean? The music and the comics, probably not, but I mean, it'll probably help me get through it. Because yeah, who? Let me see who's writing on this. Who's the writer for this?
I mean, it looked like Dylan need to be reading something. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge, Dylan.
I can't find who's supposed to be writing this shit.
Man. What do you guys think of Abyss, the new Batman villain?
Oh yeah, I've been reading the Batman stuff that's going on right
now. He's there. Like that's it.
Yeah, it's not a whole lot.
It's not a standout character. It's not a lot to go on. I'm like,
And then they brought back Batman Incorporated. I'm like, okay. And then you got Lex Luthor in charge of it, but like he made his own bat suit, and I'm like, does this motherfucker just pick different here? Because first he wanted to be Superman, so he made himself a Superman suit. Now he wants to be Batman, so he has himself a Batman suit. I'm like, what's next, Lex?
Ooh, if he show up in Wonder Woman with the Wonder Woman suit, I'm done. I'm done. Oh, Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy. So what do we think about that dumbass Dark Crisis shit that's coming up?
Oh God, I'm so tired of crises already. I'm just like, can y'all do something else? Like, can y'all just focus on telling stories? Like, you know, like for a while, for like at least a whole year before you try to do another crisis.
Right.
Like I don't know why they don't.
And all it does, it seems like it's only doing that just so it can lead into the fact of Justice League Queer and Diverse Justice League. Those two teams are going to be the main teams at this point. That's what it seems like they're going to be doing. So the DC comic book is going to be run by LGBT people. Oh, okay, great for pushing out most of your audience, your core audience. Then, like, it just doesn't make sense. The Justice League teams cannot be that retardedly diverse. It just don't make the damn sense God gave. It really don't. How the main Justice League team gonna be full of LGBT people? Then Justice League Queer is there too. What's the point? Why? So if the Justice League team is mostly LGBT, what the fuck is Justice League Queer here for then? It doesn't make sense. It don't make sense. These characters need to go back to being fucking straight. Seriously. John Kent needs to go back to being straight. Jojo Mulligan, straight. No, baby, you too damn sexy to be LGBT. Your LGBT card is revoked. Aqualad, you was straight when you were first introduced. You even had a girlfriend in your first introductory. I don't even understand how the hell they made you fucking gay. That didn't even make no damn sense, to be honest with me. Non-binary Flash, keep your ass in your Earth. Keep your non-binary ass in your Earth. We already got plenty of Flashes. No, baby, get the fuck on out of here. Dang. And keep Andy as a little girl. That girl don't need to be growing up that damn quick. It's weird. It's weird. They took Andy and they took John Kent and aged them up just to make them LGBT. That don't make no damn logical sense. That is some pedo shit. I don't care what none of y'all say. That is some pedo shit. I'm just being honest.
I can't with all of this shit. It's nothing but pandering to different groups, and it's like, look, the JLQ is here, and now gay people are like the saviors of the universe. I'm like, I didn't need to see none of that shit, dude. Like, just tell me the fucking superhero story. I could care less about what their sexuality is. It does absolutely nothing for the story. So you putting them all together, it's just it just does nothing for me. I'm like, if that's what we have to go off of with this shit, I'm like, why? I mean, just
And to be honest, it's more like the destruction of the universe because think about it. If everybody fucking LGBT and everybody sleeping with the same sex, no more new babies, dum dums. Because trust me, it costs a lot to have kids. I'm just being honest. And
Oh
I'm
yeah,
talking
it does.
about without going through the regular process. Yeah, they need to. They definitely need to age Linda Harper. That was weird. That was weird. They brought her ass back to life and they were like, hey, let's age her up and make her this emo blue headed girl who's gonna be working with Catwoman. What? What?
Again,
Why?
just like why? Like
And
what
she's
was the
probably
point?
LGBT too. Like, of course she is, because that makes sense. No, it doesn't make any sense. To be honest, no offense, half the damn DC universe is HIV/AIDS positive. Oh, I know, hot take, but it's the truth. It don't make no sense that all of these damn characters are damn gay. It don't make sense. It really don't. And did somebody just say Jeffrey Thorne is gonna be the new writer for Blood Syndicate? Oh, okay. After that, them terrible lies for the Green Lantern book that he was trying to hype Perch on. Perch was like, he's my friend and stuff like that. Perch. But he also works for DC comic books. He has to tell a lie, and he lied to you, bro. That Green Lantern book literally went where everybody thought it was going to be. That's why nobody's reading the book anymore.
Hmm. Every time I see it now, like when they come out with a new issue, I'm always tempted for a second, and then I'm like, "No, I'm good. I don't need to read any more of that. Maybe once he's gone, then I'll pick it up and see what someone else is doing with it." But I'm like, so long as Jeffrey Thorne is writing, I'm like, there's no point. There really isn't.
Right. It's kind of crazy. What we should have saw in that picture in that Dark Crisis promotional images is we should have saw fucking Wildstorm characters and milestone characters. If you really want to talk about diversity, inclusion, or whatever, those characters ain't been doing nothing in the universe for a long time. Let's stop with the knockoff diversity LGBT characters. Let's get their asses out the way and actually bring in some of those characters that you haven't used in a while. You know what I'm saying? That would have
Mhm.
been better. That sounds way better than anything else, to be honest. You know? What's your thoughts on Kate?
Thoughts on what?
The Dark Crisis?
Right, yeah. I mean, at least I was. If we're gonna talk about the Justice League lineup, I was, correct in some ways, and I'm pretty happy with that of me being correct and right. So I was like, oh wow, I was right. They were going to, use Nightwing. They were going to use Robin. They were going to use Hal Jordan. But I was kind of bummed out they, didn't use Supergirl. I was like, this would be a perfect opportunity to, have, Supergirl become Superwoman and, doing something to create a moment for herself because, John Kent, I don't think John Kent should be, right here beating the shit out of people right now as, Superman. Well, that's my summary of it. But he
Um,
shouldn't be Superman or leading the Justice League or, part of the Justice League just yet. He's still a fucking kid mentally to me, 'cause unless you can prove otherwise. I mean, I read the Tom Taylor stuff, but it's like, you have to show me this guy is ready to take on the cape. If not, then march his ass out of here. I don't want to see it. And Yara Floor, again, we don't have enough material to say, hey, you're perfect to be part of the Justice League. I mean, I understand it. You want to put the spotlight on the new characters, but the problem is that we don't have any emotional attachment to these characters because one, there's always something, being thrown away or tossed away from what is supposed to be part of the story, and it's just like focusing way too much on an element that shouldn't really be too focused on. If Yara Flor and, John Kent were, given the right, material, the right stories, then yeah, I could totally see it, but not right now. It doesn't really work, and I really wish they had gone a different route instead of having each and every Justice League member replaced with just, their younger apprentices and such. I mean, yeah, I did say I wanted to see Supergirl, but I also want to see, other characters that have not been in the spotlight at all. Like characters that have been hiding away or have been, pushed aside because they don't get enough attention. I feel like if they had brought characters that were, semi popular, and give them the lead, like the idea of becoming the new Justice League, I think personally it would have done a lot better than just seeing the same repeated shit with oh, there's gonna always be a new version of Batman, Superman, Wonder Woman. No, there's always gonna be different heroes part of the team. I can't imagine it always being the same formula. You have to change things up. You have to challenge your creativity. If you use the same formula of these same characters, it's not really going to go anywhere. And with the additional things of the future state Justice League, it's like nobody really wants to see that. I wouldn't push it to the audience because one, they don't like it, and two, if you're going to push it, you have to give them what they like. And I think Hal Jordan, Nightwing, Robin, I mean, that's pretty good so far, but everyone else, it's not really looking too good in my opinion. And honestly, I would rather have seen Donna Troy. I don't think we get enough credit for Donna Troy to be part of a Justice League, or anyone else who's, oh, I don't know. I just feel like anything else would have been better than just giving the younger generation of the same brand this, the Justice League name. It's just, what can you really do with that? It's just the same, character in a way, in some form or way, and it just doesn't really challenge their creativity. It's just like, enjoy it. It's just a different version of them. Okay, I guess.
Yeah, it really is just, it feels to me like what's going to end up happening from this is they're going to go through all of this whole rigmarole of having them go through this dark crisis and all this shit, and then having like this new Justice League team come around, and they're going to try and pad it out probably for a few months, and then of course, sales aren't going to be there, interest sure as fuck won't be there for these characters, so they're going to have to be like, oh, you know what, we're going to bring back the classic Justice League, and they might do it all at once, or they might do it in pieces with people like switching out or whatever, but it's not going to last. Like you can always tell with this type of thing, it's always some experimental thing where it's like, well, they kind of mean it in that they're hoping people will be into it enough to make it a permanent thing, but once it's not, the interest is not there, they'll be like, oh, okay, we actually were planning to bring them back all along. It's like, it's boring. Like,
you're not really trying for this. If it was the death of the Justice League, wouldn't we have seen more of, other characters stepping out of the shadows and taking on more responsibility of being heroes? Because I feel like at this point, if the Justice League dies, then we should see more heroes coming out and helping, like some out of retirement, some who, stopped because they didn't think they were good enough. I feel like this, if you're going to do this plot where everyone dies, I mean, remember, trying to remember Invincible, when, like, I remember watching the first season, and it, good as fuck, good as hell. And, when characters are uplifted to become the next team, you want them to be challenged. This wasn't challenged. It was, figured out. I mean, Nightwing was predictable, and, it's a good, reasonable character to have leading the Justice League. He's probably the best character we have to replace Bruce in a way, but not really taking over as Bruce's spirit, but like, using what he was taught to be a leader. And we just have all these other characters, and some of them make sense, but some of them don't. John Kent, no, you're not experienced enough. Get out of here. I would rather have kept, I'd rather have, Shazam and Black Adam more so than John Kent. Why do we even have John Kent as, the upleading, character? We have fucking Shazam and Black Adam. They're practically, Superman themselves, but they have other elements of powers. We don't really need you, John. Get out of here. Get out of here. We don't need you. And, with Yara Flor, no experience, nobody knows her. Okay, why should we let you on the league? Oh, because you're also an Amazon. Okay, anything else to pull us here? Nothing? Okay, then step out. We're going to need actual experienced Justice Leaguers to, take on fights. With what they had lined up, aside from those two characters, it would work, but with those two characters, it's like you're going to have two people who are very powerful in some extents pull you back. because not enough experience, not enough teamwork elements. You need to push them up with that element by having them work with other teams prior to the Justice League. You can't just throw them onto the team and hope that it doesn't fail, because again, both very powerful characters. We can't have them fucking.
Excuse me. Sorry.
Anyways, I guess my thoughts are just I really wish they had thought this through with you know getting characters in there. I love that they brought Hal back in. I love how they brought in Dick Grayson. I like how they're trying to hint that Damian will kind of be there as well, kind of referencing back to when the Justice League had Dick Grayson with them before the Teen Titans existed, helping with the Justice League missions. That's kind of an interesting element I would love to see more of. But everything else, it's not working to me. I mean, I think Jessica Cruz was on there. Was she? I don't know. I don't mind her, but the other two, it's a hit situation where we just, well, not a hit, but miss. Sorry, I'm kind of irritated a little bit because it's like we have Supergirl. She can be taking over as Clark's place. Why don't we use her? Oh, right. She's doing God knows what with Tom King. Okay, whatever. What about all these other Amazon characters? Oh, wait, no, we can't bring them in because they're doing their own story, right? But wouldn't we want to bring in some kind of Amazon element? Oh, well, we're going to hand it over to Yara. Oh, okay. I mean, she's not a bad character, but she hasn't had a lot of experience that I would really trust her with. It's just, it's just gross to me with all these elements of trying to push these characters, but it's not really working in a way where you would think it would work. But again, I'm just kind of irritated with the missed opportunities we could have had with a different type of Justice League. It really bothers me in so many ways that we could have gotten a better lineup than what we got. I mean, I'm happy with what half of the team, but everyone else, like Yara and John, it's just like, you're not experienced enough. Get out of here. We're already full with all these other characters. Okay?
But they trying to put Tim Fox in there too, though.
Huh?
They also said the lineup was gonna have Tim Fox ass in there as well.
Oh,
not the next Batman.
Yeah, because he's supposed to be because they said that John, Yara, and Tim will step up as the new Trinity, and I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? Who wants them? Who wants them as the new Trinity? I'm sorry.
Not a lot of people.
I cannot see.
Yeah, fuck around with the formula, and it's like, again, you have Dick Grayson there. You gonna use him? Everyone wants him as the leader. It's clear that he was trained to become the Justice League's leader by the time Bruce retires or gets killed. In this case of emergency, he should be fucking leading the team, not like, staying back and being like, sorry guys, I'm too busy with these asshole students, so you guys can deal with all this ending world havoc yourselves. I'm too busy, having difficulties of my own. Oh, okay. But these guys aren't experienced.
I don't get it, because I'm like, Tim Fox has never even talked to anybody else. Like, all of his stories have just been him. It's like, who do you even know that you could have gotten there?
My thing is, okay, Dick Grayson, Donna Troy, and Kara Zor-El, Supergirl. Those are the next in line if you want to have a Trinity as a replacement for the Trinity. And then after those three characters, if you need to replace a Trinity member, then you would do Tim Drake Robin, then you would do Connor Kent Superboy, and you would do Cassie Sandsmark Wonder Girl. That's how the hierarchy goes. Now they're jumping from sixth generation, where it's Yara, John, and Tim, and it's like, hold on. First off, two out of three of you bitches are terrible characters, and one of you don't have enough meat on your bones to justify y'all being the new Trinity. I don't understand why the other characters are not leading y'all. How are y'all going to be leading them? It just doesn't make sense. If anything, if you're going to have young characters lead somebody, it should be Tim Drake, Cassie Sandsmark, and Connor Kent. Those three characters, if you really need to have young, youthful versions of Batman, Superman, and Wonder Woman, here they are. There they are. those characters are actually well liked and well beloved. If you really want to do something like that, but to force diversity, inclusion, LGBT Trinity members in our face, where 2 of the Trinity members are all of a sudden freaking gay because reasons, and then you got one that's black because diversity. Like, no, no thanks. I'm good. I don't want it. People don't want it.
Oh man, it's just it doesn't really make much sense to have that lineup, to be honest. Oh, okay. I've been noticing a lot of comments. Fierce apathetic Black Queen. We will get to topics when we get to topics. Like, it's just like when we answer these questions, from previous people, we don't always have time. And I think in a lot of streams we've already addressed some of these questions. And again, like when we don't get to questions, it's nothing personal against you guys. Like sometimes we miss these messages, or we don't really want to answer them because one, we either answered them already in previous streams, two, we kind of don't care at some points. We're like, it's whatever. We've already talked about it enough. So yeah,
Pretty
hopefully
much what
that
Kate
covers
said.
why we don't really address every single comment. And I don't really think we should address every single comment. No offense to you guys. I just feel like when we're answering, hot topics, we answer the hot topics, and then when we see comments or questions we haven't seen before, or questions that have never been brought up before, we tend to answer those much more so than ones we previously get in every other stream. Okay, sorry to like ramble
Um,
like that. I felt like I needed to address that, so you guys know that we aren't ignoring you, we aren't trying to ignore you. We just want to like proceed with some questions that we find more interesting, or more
yeah.
impactful, or hot at the situation. But some of them are just like they may be hot, like some elements, like not elements, but like situations or new shows or whatever, they may be hot topics right now. But some of them are just like we can just pass that and move on because it's not really worth looking more into. uh,
And
Good point.
Quantel, actually, yes, the sidekicks actually did replace the Justice League for a time in Justice League America. It was right after the events of Blackest Night, where a lot of the heroes had took some time off after Blackest Night, and Dick Grayson as Batman gathered a lot of the sidekicks and just reserve members of the Justice League team and created a Justice League team using it was called Justice League of America. I think it was issue 52 is when they made that change, I believe. And it was an interesting run. It didn't last long because by then they had got a Superman, Wonder Woman, and some of the original characters were returning. And then they had like maybe a 5-issue series of just those members returning. And then the New 52 came, so we never really got a chance to really expand upon what would happen for a year-long version of Dick Grayson and some of the characters that were Titans, but now are Justice League members as Justice League members. You know, it kind of sucks. And fun fact, Ethan Van Sciver was like the artist on a few of those books too. But DC did the whole New 52 thing right after the whole Flash Rebirth shit, which Jeff Johns is a good comic book writer, but god damn it, I wish he didn't bring Barry bitch ass back, and I wish Grant Morrison didn't bring Barry Allen bitch ass back neither. God, that was such a dumb mistake. But yeah, that was like the one time a lot of the sidekick supporting characters or backup characters actually did take over for the main characters, and it wasn't that bad, to be honest. But yeah, let's see. They went from they went from A, skip B, C, and went straight to D. Shameful. That's true. That is definitely true, to be honest, for the thingy. But I think Kate pretty much summed up everything about the Dark Crisis thing. I don't know what the fuck they were thinking with this one. I mean, we just got out of Dark Knight's death metal, for God fucking sakes. And I could have sworn Perpetua were the mother of everything. She was the one who planned all the crises before and then and all that kind of stuff. Now it's the Great Darkness. He was the one who planned everything. and Perpetua was the one that was being used by him, and I'm just like, of course, of course.
Yeah, but I mean, we did know that it was coming already after Infinite Crisis with that whole shit when like Psycho Pirate is there with like Darkseid and like the Justice League and shit, and in the middle of the fight, he's like, "Oh, I have to go. I have another crisis to go to," and he just like teleports away. I was like, "Son of a bitch! Y'all are already setting up another one while you're finishing this one. Seriously?"
Yeah,
Oh my goodness, though.
it's shameful. It's shameful and it's annoying. And they keep trying to say, "Oh, it's not a crisis." Scott Snyder said that about death metal, and guess what? It was a crisis. I mean, that was a straight up crisis. What's your opinion on Dark Knight's death metal? Death metal or Dark Knight's metal? Free Fire comics. Because if it's death metal, the event that was actually supposed to be Wonder Woman focused. Matter of fact, let me get into the fuck of that shit right now. Now, as we all know, Trey is a simp of Wonder Woman. I think I've let it be known that I'm a fan of Wonder Woman. And Dark Knight's death metal was supposed to be a Wonder Woman led event. Yet it still focused on what? Say it with me, class. Batman. Scott Snyder and Greg Capullo and them talked about it, and they said that it was a continuation. It was a sequel to Dark Knight's death metal, and it was also a Wonder Woman focus event. Tell me, how the hell was that a Wonder Woman focus event when there was no build up to Dark Knight's death metal for Wonder Woman herself in any of the books? Because I was reading the Justice League book. It didn't seem like it was leading up. It didn't seem like it was leading up to another death metal at all. But it did. But what I'm saying is, if Dark Knight's death metal is supposed to be a Wonder Woman centric event where Wonder Woman is the lead in charge, why was it not set up in her books? Why was it not set up in Batman or Superman at all? Like none. The Teen Titans, nothing. So you have an event, at least when they did the original Dark Knight's death metal, the Dark Knight's metal, it was set up, right? So at least we knew what was happening because everything in the Batman books and some of the Justice League books led up into the event. But this didn't lead up into anything. It just kind of happened because Justice League lost at the end of the Scott Snyder Justice League run, which is still an epic run. But man, that run right there is crazy. I ain't never seen a Justice League lose so much before in my life. I was like, God damn it, they just keep fucking losing shit. but then we jump what, a couple of months into the future when we get death metal, right? And all of a sudden the world is full of crap. We have 500 different versions of Dark Batman. Again, remember, this event is supposed to be Wonder Woman centric. Why is it not 100 different versions of Wonder Woman? Exactly. Why wasn't Donna and Cassie and Nubia and Artemis not part of it? I'm just saying, if you're going to say that this is a Wonder Woman centric, book, it didn't feel like Wonder Woman. It felt like a Batman book because it had mostly Batman characters in it. It featured mostly Batman and a little bit of Superman in it, And then at the end of the day, she sacrificed herself to stop the Batman Who Laughs, who had found a version of Bruce Wayne who had Dr. Manhattan's powers. And he was able to lobotomize him because reasons. Don't ask. I don't care. I really don't care. But the event was trash. I'm not gonna lie to you. Death metal was hot trash. I don't care what none of y'all say. That event was garbage on garbage. It was one of those events where it's written well, but it's trash because it was unnecessary. And every second in that book the heroes kept losing. I was like, Scott, you already did this in your previous books. The Batman, Superman, Wonder Woman, and the Justice League books, they already lost in their books. Why are we having an event where they're still fucking losing to the point where Wonder Woman had to bathe herself in this golden bullshit to push her and the Batman Who Laughs into the nothingness of the sun or something like that, and just to reboot the universe, it was stupid. It was dumb. It was dumb, to be honest. And yes, we already know that Death Metal was supposed to be a reboot to get back to what DC should have been, where what Jeff Johns had laid for the grounds of Doomsday Clock, but then they didn't because they went straight to Infinite Frontier and the Future State 5G shit too. So the event was a waste of time, just like Doomsday Clock was a waste of time. So you have these two events that were great stories, but waste of time, useless. That's how I feel about it. Death Metal was a waste of fucking time, and it was a poor excuse of a Wonder Woman event. Like how the hell that's a damn Wonder Woman event, and Wonder Woman is barely in charge in the damn comic book. But okay, sure, whatever. I don't know. I mean, maybe Kate and Dylan might probably like Death Metal, but I didn't like it. I thought it was dumb.
I mean, yeah, like you said, it's a crisis event without them literally titling it that. That's what it was. Like anytime you have all of this bullshit go on that involves pretty much all of the characters and then the whole universe or multiverse or omniverse, whatever the fuck they're calling it, when all of that shit gets reset, I mean that's a crisis event. That's how DC has always done this shit. So I mean, it's one of those things where I'm just like, again, I'm so tired of the major overarching crossover events that reset everything and wipe the whole slate clean, except not really, because we're going to make callbacks to stuff that we want to keep telling. It's like, if you want to keep telling stories from what came before, then don't do the whole bullshit of, some grand cosmic event that resets everything. Just keep telling stories. Like, these motherfuckers have not gone even say 5 years telling stories without having some major crossover event that changes everything or whatever the hell. I'm like, if y'all would just leave that shit aside and stop trying to make it to where everybody has to buy every book that comes out in order for them to get the full story, and just focus on telling better stories, you'll get better sales and people will actually start talking about these things again. Because as it is now, the only thing we have to talk about are the events. Nobody talks about just what's going on in the Justice League book or just what's going on in Nightwing, because everything is crossed over. Everything is a tie-in to something else. You go maybe 10 issues and all of a sudden it's like, oh, this ties into that. And I'm like with Moon Knight. I'm reading Moon Knight right now, just to take it to Marvel side too. I'm reading Moon Knight. Been reading it for a while. I actually enjoy it. All of a sudden this latest issue comes out. Guess what? It's a Devil's Reign tie-in. I'm like, I'm reading the Devil's Reign main storyline, and I barely care about that. But I'm like, y'all do this shit where it's like you want people to be reading everything that's connected to it, or you want them to be reading this storyline. So it's like, oh well, let's make this series a tie-in issue to that, so that way people will go and read that, because then they're gonna want to know what's going on. It's like, stop it. Just fucking tell stories for these characters and tell them well. Tell good stories and people will keep reading it. You don't have to tie it into something else. If something isn't selling well enough, maybe instead of rebooting it or making it tie into something else, just cancel the bitch and do something else. Find something else that works, because doing this shit over and over of event after event, sometimes it's major events, sometimes it's mini events. I'm tired of all of it. Stop. I'm so fucking tired. How many of these have we had within just the last 5 years? Like, I guarantee you it's probably more than 5. So I'm like, we don't need any more.
Six of
about
them so
6,
far?
right? Like,
Yeah,
I'm like, that's way too damn much in such a short amount of time. Like, you aren't giving these characters any time to breathe, because all of a sudden it's like, oh, well, we got to set up for the next major event. And it's like, why? just tell the stories. Like, you don't need to do, and that's what I'm saying. Like, we've had like the death metal and metal stuff, and then we went into, oh, Event Leviathan and this whole thing with Checkmate, and it's just all of these different things, and now we're getting into this, the Dark Crisis. I'm like, god damn, like, stop it already. Just tell stories that people can appreciate, because that's part of the reason why people don't want to read like Western comic books, because they're like, well, I don't actually know where to start. But with manga, I know all I got to do is pick up book one and I just go from there. With comic books, it's like, well, you can start reading this series, but it kind of like ties over from like the previous series, and then it also kind of like crosses over with these others, and then you got to read this major event to know how this happened like this and why these characters are talking about these things. It's like, just tell the fucking stories for those characters and I can read that book. Otherwise, you're making people do too much. And if they don't care that much, they're not going to put in the work. They're not going to buy the books. You're not going to get sales. And then the shit just dies. So, I mean, I'm over all of the events and crossovers and shit. It's just, it's too, there's too much to it. It's tedious. Like, it's too much.
Oh my goodness.
I think the real sad thing is the fact that death metal was supposed to be a Wonder Woman event. Like, that's the shit that blows my mind. Wonder Woman event. And yet it barely had anything to do with her. Like, I don't know. I'm sorry, Kate. You probably had something you wanted to say about death metal. Did you even read it?
I was just gonna say I really agree with what Dylan said right there. When we have to have connections with almost every damn book, and then it leads up to a big event. And to me, I this is why I avoid a lot of modern comic books. It depends on what kind of book it is, and I tend to stay away from a lot of them for good reason. And I know I'm not as caught up as everyone else is, and I'm totally fine accepting that. It's just that I prefer the type of storytelling where you tell, a one shot story. Maybe at best you can have some kind of, consistency and continuity in that specific series. But tying it up with many other I gotta stop saying elements, but other comic books, you have, like, especially with the prices they have right now, how are we gonna bring, like, how are we going to basically get people to read the comic books if every freaking giant event keeps happening and we don't get to see these characters outside of these big events, and then we have to live up with the with these events kind of ruining things or tying in other elements that just wasn't necessary. It just was like, why is this a part of that, and why is it with this cause? And I think if we went back to a simpler storytelling, that way it's more approachable to a lot of people, because again, manga definitely has this storytelling where you can just pick up book one and just roll with it. You get to keep up. You don't have to worry about buying this book or something you may not like. For example, I don't care for The Flash. I'm like, at best it's probably once in a while I'll pick it up, but not like as much as another character I might like, Nightwing. But if there was a Nightwing and Flash comic crossover thing, it would make sense, and I would be like, okay, I'll read that, but hopefully it's good. If not, then, and the connection is there. If we focus on telling simple stories where people can just enjoy the book and not have to worry about it tying in with another book to make it make sense. And to me, I think it's more approachable to have it in a simple storytelling form, because it makes it easier for the next generation to pick it up. Because remember, if the older generation is running away, not wanting to touch it, you would probably hope maybe, hey, the new generation might like it. Nope, we don't have any comics outside of comic book stores. And it's unfortunate that we have these complicated stories that kids can't pick up the book and know what's going on. They're going to be like, this is boring, that's boring. Like, if it has too many details and a super duper stupid sob story, like, okay, I didn't come here for the sob story, I came for Batman. If there's a sob story in the Batman book, the kids aren't gonna sit through 5-10 pages of that. They're gonna toss it away, and they wasted their damn money. Oh gosh. Anywho's, but I think, yeah, when it comes to simple plots and making it approachable for kids, because We don't have any kids buying comic books. There's no grocery stores, putting comic books on the shelves. Like I see those, celebrity magazines, those really annoying topic ones where it's like, oh, the wedding of this fucking annoying actor or the queen and shit. And I'm like, if those books can be in the checkout aisle, then I think comic books should, it's easy to put a comic book in that, aisle where we're checking out. Kids will throw anything into the fucking cart or, onto the moving thing. What do you fucking call it? The moving aisle? I have no fucking clue what it's called. But if they can toss candy and soda onto there, they could easily put a fucking $2 to $3 comic book right there. Like if it looks really cool, they're gonna throw that in. Take advantage of that. I don't see them doing that enough for grocery stores, pharmacies, Walmart. I mean, they're probably like I've seen a couple of people talk about DC putting comic books in Walmart, but we don't see enough of that being put into the aisle where kids are easily gonna see it. They're just gonna see the toys. Okay, but what if they want to know more information? Like you can't just throw a movie or whatever onto them. What if they want to know more information like that it can't get from a movie or a fucking toy? Oh, yes. Again, sorry for rambling there.
That was a nice short time when Walmart did have, because I got a whole stack of them. I got a whole bunch of the 100-page giants that they were having. Yeah, like every time I went in, I would go over there to like the toy aisle and I was like, they have comics. I'm never going to see comics in Walmart ever again. I need to buy them. So I did. I was buying up a whole bunch of them. I'm a little bit sad because there was one time I was at like a thrift store one time and I saw someone had one of these 100-page giants, but it was like a tie into those toys, the Savage Tales of like the Justice League or whatever, where they're just kind of like put in prehistoric times or something like that. And I almost bought it, but it was like really beat up. And I was like, oh, I'll probably see it at a Walmart somewhere. And that was like the week after that, Walmart just doesn't carry these anymore. So I was like, son of a bitch. But at least I got, this stack of them.
Yeah.
And that's the crazy thing, too. Like what Kate's saying is what used to happen when we were growing up. Comic books were on the rack at the store. And there was a book aisle in the grocery store for the kids to read these books. Like, I don't understand why they took that stuff out of here. And then you think you think children are going to pay $3 to $5, the $10,
$5 to $6, $4 or $5
for a floppy for 24 pages, and then half.
No, they can save up and then buy a fucking manga book. That's what they do.
Exactly. Exactly. Where they get 300 to 200 pages. I'm sorry, DC and Marvel. You're going to have to start putting out giant floppies for $10 to which means that a Batman floppy, a big giant volume of Batman, and it's going to have to be at least about 6 to 8 storylines in that book for $10 if you want a kid to pick that stuff up. If not, you're going to have to start going to $2. You can't go past that at all. $2 and some change should be enough for a floppy for a child to get.
Exactly.
That's the only way you're gonna get that. And even then, the floppy's gonna have to at least be 35 pages tops. Yeah, 35 pages tops. That means you're going to add another 15 pages in there because let's be honest, we know half of that book is gonna be full of oh, check out this brand new comic book that's coming out later.
Yeah.
So y'all gonna have to do something. But if you
one of the first things to do, one of the first things they can do, cut out these goddamn variant covers. Stop with the 10 variant covers per comic. I'm tired of it. And
I mean, I can understand it in some story points, but it's like it's unnecessary to have so many different variant covers, like 5, 10. No, thank you. I'm not getting that many fucking books of the same story.
Like you could tell they know exactly what they're doing because you look at them like, okay, there's like a list of them, like the main covers. It's like, okay, sometimes it's better than the rest, and then they have all the others. Sometimes it's like, oh well, it's this cover except it doesn't have the logo, and it's that cover but it doesn't have color on it. It's like those don't need to be a thing. And then you look at it and it's like, oh, the retailer incentive, the one for $25, the one that they're selling for like $25 to $50, that's the one that has the best art on it. It's like, you motherfuckers know that's the one that everyone would want. So why don't you just take that art, make that the main cover, and people will buy that fucking book because they can get it for $4 at the most. Do that, get rid of all the other variant covers, and watch shit actually increase. Instead, they have to do all these variant covers. Like, well, maybe at some point along the way, really the way they try and do is try and scam the retailers. It's like, well, this one cover that everyone really wants, yeah, you got to buy 25 of the regular cover, and we'll send you one of these. So then they end up having to buy up all this shit and try and push that crap onto the customers that people look at and they're like, yeah, I don't really care. So they don't buy it, and they don't make their money back. Selling that one comic for $50 isn't going to make up for the 50 others that they had to buy at granted, it's a discounted price that they pay, but still it's not going to make up for all of those others that they had to buy just to get that one comic book to sell to like the speculator who's going to go and immediately send it to CGC to have it slabbed and it never gets read. Like, what was even the point at that point?
Yeah, definitely right
Yeah,
about that.
it's really annoying every time they bring in variant covers, and I'm just like, okay, just pick the best art to work for that cover. I don't care which artist it is, as long as it, put the fucking good cover on it. Like, I don't care who it is. If they have awesome art, then put it on the fucking cover. That will be the best way you can sell even the shittiest of books. Like, it can make shit look good, so just use that. That's the
And
best way
like
you can sell to these people.
it may seem like a detriment to them because then if they're only having the one cover, it's like, well, shit, now we have to make sure the story is good. Yeah, that's your job. That's exactly what you're supposed to be doing. Not selling me a variant cover, selling me a goddamn story. That's what I want. Like, there have been times that I bought a comic and I'm like, well, I don't really like this cover, but I like the story that's being told in it, so it's fine. I'll get it. I look at the cover for 2 seconds, I read it, and then it goes in the collection. Like, I'm not thinking about it that hard. So I mean, them thinking that that is the way to do it, to have people like obsessed with these variant covers, like that only lasts for so long. And then it's like, if you have no connection to the story, these people put it in the collection, never look at it again, or they immediately sell it and just never think about it again. So there is no real benefit to them, especially when it's like, okay, yeah, y'all got, someone to buy it for $50 and then they sold it for 125. So who really won in the end? The person who bought it for $50. It's like, maybe focus on the story, and that'll be something that people will actually keep coming back for. You will guarantee continued sales instead of a sale for this book because it had that particular cover from this particular artist. It's like, focus on the stories. That's what you need. Repeat customers, not just someone who wants a variant cover. It has no real, there's no like crossover, or not crossover. Like I said, it just doesn't keep people coming back. It's not sustainable. That's the word I was looking for. Oh God. I'm drinking
Yeah,
this shit and it's Polish vodka and it smells like nail polish. Mm.
Oh
but
gosh.
I
It's all
mean,
good though. It goes down just the same.
at the end of the day, it all wraps around like the events are terrible at this point. They're overbloated, they're unnecessary, and they're just not working anymore at all. They're just not. They're not working anymore. And I know I'm over it. A lot of people are over it. And then even then, we got this whole thing with the whole Tom King shit where he's upset and everybody was like, "Oh no, you can't use those numbers because those numbers are saying that Superman Sonic Kal-El isn't doing great." But weren't you just bragging about Sonic Kal-El doing good before then with those same amount of numbers? Like it's crazy. Like nobody ever wants in the comic book industry ever wants to step back and look at themselves and understand why this stuff isn't working. It's not working anymore. Like what else? What else can we really kind of say about this nonsense? It's just a failure to understand the audience too. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
That's all it is. It's a failure to launch. Oh, what did we think about the DC teaser trailer? Tom Taylor, but yeah, Tom Taylor, Tom King, bitch Tom, whole Tom, it don't matter. They all the
They all a bunch of bitches.
right.
I actually haven't seen the trailer yet, so I actually need to go watch it.
Oh, well, let me pull up the darn new trailer so we can
Okay.
so you can see the new trailer. It's
Mr.
like,
McHale said he got to wheel in the VCR and the TV so we could watch a tape.
oh Lord, oh Jesus. Let me see. Okay, let me see if it let me share. Okay, are you guys seeing the screen? Right quick.
Okay, there it is.
Okay, cool. Let me. Oh Lord have mercy. Hold on. This thing. All right. Are we seeing the same thing yet? Let me make sure. Okay. Hold on.
Studio, yeah.
Oh, it's on my studio. Okay, hold on. Oh,
Yeah.
wrong one. I shared the wrong screen. Sorry. Hold on. Let me share this new one. Share tab. All right. Share. All right, cool. All right, now we see me and we know that I am live streaming. Let's see this BC thing. BC. All right, here it is.
Let's see what we got.
Wake up with Wendy's and get a free drink with any breakfast sandwich. Hot coffee or Diet Coke, free. Frosty Chino, that's cool and free. If it comes in a Wendy's cup, it's free when you buy a breakfast sandwich. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's.
Just know. So, just let everybody know I do not own DC property or any of this stuff. This is us reacting to it. YouTube. Jesus Christ. Can't believe somebody got to say that to y'all.
Who are you under there? What are you hiding?
Your mom.
My son dreamt of a better world. That's why he saved me.
You can go to any timeline, any universe. I'd like to save this one.
What could be greater than a king? A hero.
I just got goosebumps. If we don't stand up, no one will.
Come with us. There's a glorious world out there, waiting for you.
Are you in?
I ain't gonna lie, I'm not in for none of it.
Oh god.
So what do you think? What do you think?
Okay. Try and collect my thoughts. With Black Adam, I'm like, okay, it could possibly. Well, okay, the Hawkman thing. I'm like, the suit looks okay. They race swapped him again, so I'm like, Cyclone. They race swapped her, but I'm like, well, nobody barely even knows who Cyclone is other than us. So it does annoy me, but at the same time, I'm like, nobody else is really going to care. Dr. Fate, the suit looks amazing, and y'all know I'm a huge Dr. Fate fan. The only thing I don't like is what they always do with him lately is like he's always an old man, so he's always like right on the verge of like trying to hang up the helmet and just go into retirement. I'm like, I want to see him actually be a hero, not him being there like, oh, I've been at this for so long, like I need to go and retire and sit by a beach somewhere. I'm like, motherfucker, like you just showed up. No one even knows who you are. What are you doing? So I'm like, that's where my problem is going to be with it.
Yeah, showing him in his prime would be a little better, considering this is fucking supposed to take years before. I'm trying to understand this, but oh god, oh god, I'm just.
It takes place in modern times, though, Kate.
Oh fuck!
Black Adam wakes up in modern
This
times.
doesn't make any damn sense. If we're God, okay. I really think it's a stupid idea to be making it take place in modern day when we, got Wonder Woman in the fucking war. Why don't we have, the Justice League of Society be fucking Justice Society, whatever. Justice Society of America. Why can't we just have them fucking do something, what old people would do? Not old people would do, but be involved in the fucking an older time and just having them kick ass. And I mean, personally, I think they almost have it, but they're just not giving into the whole time situation where that would make a lot more sense. I mean, you can pull off a pretty damn good movie if you just let it be in the older times and involve other characters aside from I don't mind Dr. Fate. He looks fine. Hawkman, that's fine. I don't mind that his design's a little tampered with, but it looks good. Okay, anything else? Like, honestly, I don't really know much about Cyclone and the design.
Adam
I mean,
Smasher.
what we were expecting. Like,
Oh
this
yeah,
is a
Adam
character that
Smasher.
nobody knows shit about. So, well, except for people who actually read the comics. It's just she hasn't really been played around with to really, have people be, oh wow, she's changed. Like, she's not really popular enough to really pull that attention. And it's not saying her, original design is terrible. But I'm not defending the look either. It's just, it's, maybe if it was like treated like the Scarlet Witch situation where, it didn't look exactly like the design, but it kind of worked. It didn't work, but it's like, maybe play around with the designs a little more before you put
Well,
it onto the screen.
she looks like the darn she looked like the deaf girl from the Eternals. That's what the costume looked like. And
Makari's ass.
it looks trashy. And to be honest, this Black Adam movie should have just, instead of it being a Black Adam movie, it should have just been a JSA movie. Because no offense, Black Adam doesn't have enough material to stand on his own as like a character that you can root for, because he is a villainous character. And they're trying to make him like this more heroic figure. And it's just like, did you guys forget that when Black Adam first arrived, he was trying to kill Billy Batson, Captain Marvel, for the power of Shazam? Or did you forget when he first arrived to the United States and people tried to stop him, he actually like electrocuted a few people to death? Like, let's stop pretending like he didn't do terrible things. And of course, because he's played by Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, they have to make him this sympathetic character. And I'm just like, holy crap, are you guys shitting me right now? Like, no thanks. No thanks. The what Kate, going back to what Kate's saying, they could have did just a JSA movie when we know JSA was more active in World War II. The only thing about it is Adam Smasher and Cyclone wouldn't exist at that time because they're not supposed to be there. And I don't know what the fuck they're doing with Hawkman. They're doing that CW shit where the wings magically sprout out the back, which makes no damn sense. Because Hawkman and Hawkgirl, their wings never sprouted out from their backs. So it's kind of weird that they're doing that CW shit. Like, you're just like, no, you guys have the ability to show him either he's the alien one where his wings are attached to his body, like that is a physical manifestation of him, or you have him wear a harness that gives him that ability. And on top of that, Hawkman never wore red pants, so it's weird that they put him in these green pants. I mean, in these red pants, which clashes against the skin tone of Otis Hodge, because it doesn't look good on him. It's like you forgot that this guy is black. If you're going to put colors on, make sure it complements the skin tone. And it's the same thing with the bitch that's playing Cyclone. You didn't think about these characters' skin tones when you did it, and now they look horrible. They look like cosplayers, because that's exactly what Cyclone and Hawkman look like. They look like black people trying to be classic white characters, and they're not. And that's what sucks about it too. And what about the Flash and the Batman stuff that we saw right quick? Because there's not much to say about Aquaman. I like his suit.
I'm a little bit surprised with Aquaman that they decided to do the blue suit. I was like, well, that's fucking random, but well, hey. I mean, it definitely looks better on him than the classic orange and green. I was like, that one just kind of looked weird with like his long hair and everything. Like, it just didn't match him. But the blue does, it does look better on him. The Batman stuff, jury's still out on that. I am not talking about it one way or the other. I'm just like, I'll check it out. Like, that's the only thing I can say is, yeah, I'll watch it. I'm not going to say I'm walking into it excited, but I'm not going to walk into it expecting to hate it either. I'm just like, we'll see.
Yeah.
And then the Flash, I'm just, I don't know. Like, I get the feeling
still look ugly. That girl still look ugly. I was like, man,
And that's what
y'all.
I'm saying. I'm like, I get the feeling the movie might be okay-ish, but just knowing what all they're going to have spinning out of it, I'm like, that's where I have the problem. They're going to use that movie as a setup for all kinds of other dumb shit, and I'm just like, I don't want to hate it for that reason, but at the same time, I'm just like, I know it's going to lead to a whole bunch of other shit.
Look at that baby right there. This is what
Mm.
Cyclone wears. This is all she got. This is all Maxie got on. Look, this is it. How hard is that? How hard is that? Look, they didn't even. This is the concept, and we didn't even get the concept. We didn't even get the concept. We got some bullshit. Oh God, that costume's ugly. I don't even think they even got the sneak peek of that costume. But all of like, how hard was it to do Maxine's costume? Not really. It wasn't hard at all, and yet they refused to do it. And like, what was hard about this costume? Seriously, she looks like a damn witch. That's it. That's it. That's it. Like, oh Lord have mercy. Let me see if they got a DCEU one. Do they have the DCEU? Nope. I thought they might have like a little sneak peek thingy. It wasn't even that much of it anyway. Let me see if they got any news of her. And now we get a good picture. Now, let's see. Damn, look at that Dr. Fate. That thing looks good.
That's what I'm saying. Like, that suit looks amazing, but I'm like, I can already get the feeling, like, just from the way he was talking in that brief little snippet, I'm like, this motherfucker's about to retire at the end of the movie. Like,
yeah, most likely.
Mm-hmm.
God, look at that! Look at that! It doesn't look good. I know people, because people are just going to try to convince me, like, oh, just give it a chance. No, it looks terrible, guys. That's all they got. That's all we got. God damn it! Hold on. I need to find something that got more. I need to see. Nobody cares about that stuff. Let's see. Because I want to try to get. See if they got little images of the little thing besides the thing. Oh God. God, I want to punch him in his face for even accepting the role. Look at it. Look at it. It looks terrible. Look at it. It looks like a cosplayer. Oh my God. It looks like a cosplayer. Jesus
and you
Christ.
can just already feel they're going to come across with that whole explanation of like, well, but the original, like, they're supposed to be based on Egyptian, like, descendants and all that shit. It's like, yeah, but they've been reincarnated like countless times. Like, just because they started out as Egyptians don't mean
not
shit.
Really. And that's just one of his lies. He was something else before he was even Egyptian. It just doesn't really make sense, to be honest. Let's see if I can find another one, because they don't even want to show nothing. I want to try to see if I can get us to get a good see if we can get a up close and personal image of the actual character. Notice this article was not informal. Oh wait, hold on. How many? What all we got? Oh, they talking about every upcoming movie in the DCU. Nope. Already hell no in a body bag. No. I'm not even about to sit up here and lie. The Rock and Kevin Hart, I can't do it. Black Adam, maybe. The Flash, maybe. Aquaman, I'll watch it. Let's see. Batgirl, fuck no. The Sandman TV series on Netflix, no, I already know they're gonna screw up so much. Nope. Harley Quinn season 3. God, I hope they break up at the end of season 3. Titans season 4. Nope. That show went to shit and back. Doom Patrol. Yeah, we can continue to watch that. What's sad is Cyborg is done better in Doom Patrol than he was done in Justice League. Oh, Pennyworth. Wait, there's a season 3 of Pennyworth. Holy crap!
I didn't even know that show was still out.
Yeah. Season 4 of Phantoms. Yeah, I gotta finish. I need to finish that before I get my initial thoughts about the whole series. The Arrow TV series, The Flash, Legends of Tomorrow, Batwoman, Superman and Lois are all airing new episodes. The only thing that's good is Superman and Lois. Thank goodness they got rid of this costume that Tyler was wearing, because that thing was hot trash. Shazam's sequel, I'll watch it because Shazam was cute, was a cute movie. Blue Beetle, I gotta see a trailer. I gotta see a trailer first. I gotta see a trailer. I want to be excited because I do like the Blue Beetle, but I need to see a trailer. Wonder Woman 3, gotta see a trailer, baby. GCPD, nope, not until you get rid of this motherfucker and replace him with the white man. I'm not playing these games with y'all. The Penguin, no, we're not even doing that. Superman TV movies film with Michael B. Jordan, nope. The Green Lantern Corps, hell no. They destroyed the character so much to the point where I'm just like, no thanks. The Justice League dark TV or movie series. I mean, if the characters all look like this, live action wise, sure. A John Constantine TV show. Again,
another one.
We'll see. A Madam X TV series. Why?
I heard about that. And didn't they already race swap her?
Oh, Lord have mercy. Santana. Are you kidding me?
Oh yeah, that's right. Okay. She has a movie coming too.
Okay. Our Man. Oh, okay.
I love Our Man.
Static. Okay.
Oh, that's right. He got a movie coming too.
Gotham Knights. Hell no in a body bag. And
yeah, that don't sound good.
We hold on. Hell no neither. Because I think they're gonna base it off of this new version of Static. And nobody wants that. Nobody wants it. Supergirl. Girl, I'm not even about to give you the time of day. Like the Joker too. You know, I like the Joker, but I really think we shouldn't get a second one. And that's just my God honest truth. I don't really think we need to have a second Joker movie. We don't, but that's just my opinion.
Yeah, I think it was fine with just one.
Huh?
I think it was fine with just one. But I sent in the private chat, I sent a link. I found a website that had that full on Cyclone costume.
Oh yeah, let me get that one in. Okay, and I'm gonna share the screen. Give me a second. Give me share screen. First look at Quintel Swindle. Woo! Look at that. God, look at that. She don't even look like the character. What? Do you see what I'm saying? Look at what the fuck she got on.
Like,
look at what she got on.
All fabric, but she has like this hard plastic like breastplate, and then like these cloth sleeves. Like,
but you saw the concept art was what she was supposed to be, what she's supposed to be wearing, but she's not even wearing the concept art, and then she's not even wearing the costume. She's not even wearing nothing that even resembles the costume that in the comic books. So it looks like the Eternals. It really does look like the fucking Eternals, and it looks like trash, to be honest. Like, oh no, I'm not about to read her interview because I might get mad at her. I might get mad at her.
And like honestly, like with the way that her powers work, like there are going to be so many people drawing like parallels between her and Storm.
Yeah. And then they're going to be like, oh my God, look at this black beauty. And it's just like, no, she's not. I'm sorry,
really
she's not.
Like, you're not going to read any stories, at least not any of her old stories where she looked anything like that. Going forward, if she's popular enough, you know damn well they're going to put her in stories with her looking just like this from the movies. But it's like, that's not the character. It never has been.
Mm-hmm. And it's weird that they try, that they really do try to make it work. And I'm just like, oh, Lord have mercy, stop trying to make it work. Stop making fetch work. It's not going to work. Like y'all Y'all keep doing it.
Mhm.
What do you think, Kate? Anything entice you from the 4 movies? No.
It's like whatever. I'm just kind of like, I'm done with like, analyzing all this and being like, "Oh, well, this sucks. This sucks ass." I don't know. It's just I always feel like whenever we see new adaptations, it's honestly, I don't think every, movie that comes out is always going to be perfect. Like I see a lot of flaws in even the movies I like. So it's just like, do I really want to just go at it and just be like, here's another race swap. Oh, wow, it looks ugly as hell. I don't know. It just seems like every time I even go into it, I'm just like, am I really thinking about like, okay, is it really gonna be an important character? It's like it's a different thing for me when you don't know the character. You don't really get this emotional attachment and say, "Yep, I hate it as much as this person does," even though I've never read the character. And it just, I mean, I'm not trying to excuse the race swapping or anything like that. What I'm just trying to say is that like are these some of these characters really very important in some extent. And again, I'm not trying to say it ain't important, but it's just like with side characters that nobody really recognizes, does it really work? Maybe sometimes, but with main characters, that's when it's okay to like get pissed off. But it's like with side characters, it's like we haven't really seen this character. I don't really like nobody really cares about this character. Why? And again, I'm not trying to say it's because this or that. I'm just like I'm indifferent to most of the shit that's going on, and I'd rather just watch everything go on and become chaotic. And I that's just me. I just personally don't care anymore. I just gotten to this point where I'm like, again, indifferent. I don't hate it. I'll watch and see what the hell happens. And if all hell breaks loose, then hey, at least I got a show to watch.
So you gonna watch any of the shows or movies that we named? I mean,
Hell no. I'm just like, busy. I'm picky as hell. And I'm like, am I
not
gonna
your
watch it?
precious John Constantine
Whatever.
movie. You're not gonna watch your precious John Constantine show or movie? That might happen.
I mean, I'm probably gonna watch it.
I'll probably watch it if they cast the right guy. If not, then I'm like, whatever. I'd rather not put my time and energy into something that if it's not going to be, correct, then I'd rather not give them the satisfaction of having me actually go out and watch it.
Yeah, unfortunately, I remember that was the one that they had the casting call come out, and they said they were looking for a BIPOC, a Black Indigenous person of color, and I was like,
It's
for
not gonna work.
Constantine, I was like, but he's. I mean, okay, we want to do the whole indigenous thing. He's from England, and their indigenous people are white. So, what are we doing?
Like comments by Perch and your boy Zach, they was like, y'all do realize in Britain there are more Muslim than there are black people there. I'm just saying, if you're going to choose, stop choosing black people. Y'all only see that y'all only think that only one race exists, white and black, and that's it. No, there are other races in between. Get an Indian person in, if that's the case. It's way more of them there in the UK than it is black people. And I'm like, he's got a point though. They're not going to do that. No way. No way. At all. Oh, did you guys hear about the new Marvel Thunderbolts team that's coming out? Like Hawkeye is going to be leading the lead.
Hawkeye in the lead. Oh
Yeah.
God. Yeah, I don't know.
I get to see Monica Rambeau, but my baby too good for this. She's too good of a character for this bullshit. And did you see the new costume that they gave for America Chavez? Like it's like this half cut slouched hoodie with the American colors on it, with jeans with jean leggings all the way down, and I'm like, okay, all right.
Yeah, I had seen the only thing I saw the actress that plays her actually got like one of the toys of America Chavez, and she was like unboxing it and posing it, and I was like, girl, you can keep on trying, but that's not gonna help. Like, I appreciate that you're psyched, you're geeked for it, which I mean, hey, she's a young girl, so I mean,
Yeah,
this is probably like a really big thing for her. So I mean, hey, have your moment, feel your oats, stomp the runway, do your thing, girl. But at the same time, it's like I don't really think this is going to catch on the way that they wanted to, except for like maybe with teenagers, which I honestly think that the industry and everybody as a whole needs to stop listening to the opinions of teenagers. Like, they don't really have, for one thing, they have no money. The money that they spend to go to the movies and do all kinds of shit, they get that from their parents. And they aren't that big of a deal, and especially their opinions aren't all that involved or informed. Like, they don't have very much they're
yeah.
going off of besides their own emotions. So we just need to stop listening to them and using them as some sort of like grand consensus of what's popular. It's like, no, like, they're not your actual audience. We're your audience. We're willing to actually spend our hard-earned money on the shit that you put out, not them.
Yeah, and it's kind of crazy. Like, oh, okay, this is what you're listening to people who don't even care about these characters or whatever. They only care about it when it's like popular enough to care about the kind of stuff. Like, for instance, that whole Encanto thing. Oh, Encanto is so amazing. Well, if it was so amazing, why didn't it do well in the theaters? What's your excuse? Why didn't people go and watch the movie though? But it's amazing. It's doing fantastic now. Yeah, because you released it on Disney Plus 30 days later, and a song went viral from it. That's about it. No offense. It failed though, to be honest. So it's kind of one of those things. Like, I don't know. They try to hype that crap up, and it's just like, you ain't doing it. It ain't doing it for me. And here's the new Thunderbolts. Let's see let me share it. So there go Hawkeye. There go Monica Rambeau. There go America Chavez. There go whatever the fuck that is. I don't even know what the hell that is. Look at that. Look at
Seriously, what the hell is that?
I don't know. I don't even goddamn know. I mean, at least they decided to keep America Chavez. Like, I guess they decided, hey, she's just gonna wear the jeans or whatever. But she should be older. I don't know. They chose the wrong actress to be her. There go Power Man. Uh, some cybernetic soldier. He's a new character, and I forgot who the hell this character was too. But yeah, that's the new team. Let me see if I can get their names on this thing. What the hell they damn say? The 2016 Thunderbolts creative team of writer Jim Sewell and artist Salih are returning for the 2022 all-new team created in the wake of Kingpin's win in the upcoming finale of Devil's Reign. So you told us the ending of Devil's Reign. Yay, you
Pretty much,
morons.
yeah. Glad to see that. I mean, I kind of figured from the fact that they're all wearing the badges, and I'm like, yeah,
Yeah.
those are the badges they have the Thunderbolts having right now. But yeah, them spoiling, and that's another thing. I'm tired of them like spoiling shit and solicits with this. It's like they want people to get excited for this. So let's just spoil the story that's only halfway told right now. It's like, well, then why should anybody bother reading it? You already told them Kingpin's gonna win, so I might as well just jump on to this shit. Like, there's no point in finishing that storyline.
Yeah, and let's see what they say. Okay, so the characters feature Hawkeye, Spectrum, America Chavez, Power Man, Persuasia, the former Power Girl, aka Kara Kilgrave. Okay, and two apparently new character. One at the bottom center is only Image appearing. The other one is Gustin Glory, an experimental cyber soldier who seeks new glory. So they don't even know what this little gerbil thing is. They don't know what this gerbil thing is right here. But this is Gustin Glory, who a cybernetic soldier who wants glory, and former Purple Girl. All right. Okay. I mean, look, we all know this is the only reason why I'm interested in this book. This baby right here. This baby right here. I don't care about nothing else. I really don't. I'm not gonna sit there and lie to y'all. I don't care about nothing else but Monica. Oh,
God.
But I don't know. I mean, it is what it is, to be honest. But how is that Devil's Reign so far, Dylan? I haven't read it though. So
Trash. Absolute trash. Like, it's basically like a very small scaled down version of like the first Secret Wars thing, where it's like, oh well, heroes are not allowed to operate except for the ones that we deputize and put a badge on. Like, it's literally that exact same thing. I'm like, y'all are telling the same story again, but on a smaller scale, and acting like as if anything here is new, except for that instead of it just being like just the US government, oh, it's Wilson Fisk who's the mayor. It's like putting a villain as the head of all of that bullshit doesn't make it a brand new fresh story. Like, it's the same thing we've seen before. And I even like made the comparison. I was like, it's basically what they also did in the Batman comics, where it's like Mayor Nakano outlawed all vigilantes. No one's allowed to operate as a hero, and if you do, they send the police after you. Like, it's literally the exact same fucking thing.
See, and that's what I'm saying. It's just been a whole waste. Roland Dodge, I can already tell you that. I don't know why you asking Dylan that dumbass question. It's trash. He thinks it's trash. Kate thinks it's trash. I think it's trash. It's trash.
It's the reason why I bought the big bottle of vodka.
Right. And Secret Invasion 2 is only there to promote the Secret Invasion Marvel show, just like Civil War 2 was there to promote Captain America's Civil War. That's all it is. And it's dumb. It's dumb. It's dumb. It's stupid. There's your answer. And that crossover event where the Eternals, the Avengers, and X-Men fight each other, I hope to God the Eternals kill the X-Men, kill the entire population, and start the X-Men fresh without all that bullshit. Because I'm sick of this X-Men time too. I'm done with the X-Men as well. But that's just my opinion on that. I'm sick of the X-Men. I don't know who the hell they is at all. Dylan said Devil's Reign sucks ass. Of course it does. Why not? You know, Spider-Man Beyond, Ben Reilly got the hell on with his girlfriend and left Mary Jane Watson to fight the face off against the Goblin Queen. Great, because Mary Jane Watson has superpowers. And Teen Titans Academy is hot garbage. They wasted Red X for no reason. And they're supposed to be leading into a crossover event with the Flash and the Suicide Squad called Battle of Earth for Earth 3. Yep.
Yeah, everybody's crossing over into all kinds of shit. Like right now, that Superman Son of Kal-El, I just read the latest issue, and they're like, see what happens next in the 2-part story that begins in Nightwing. I was like, really? Y'all just having everything cross over with everything else? Like, seriously?
Well,
but I mean,
because he wrote it, so
true. Of course they have to have that shit crossover. But I mean, if y'all want, like Trey said, everything X-Men is absolute trash. Like, there's nothing redeeming there. If you want any good new-ish stories from X-Men, read the X-Men Legends stuff, because that's literally like the people who used to work on it back in the 80s coming back to tell stories like in between their issues. Those are at least halfway decent.
And the upcoming Wonder Woman shit is trash. That Nubia book, thank God we got one more issue. It was a limited series anyway. Like, everybody was like, how come Nubia didn't get canceled, but Wonder Girl did? Because Wonder Girl was an ongoing series, and Nubia and Amazon was always limited series. So that's why it didn't get canceled. Why you gonna cancel a limited series that was only made to do 5 issues any damn way? Of course not. And of course, Nubia had to quote unquote be a lesbian too in that damn issue. I was like, man, get the fuck out of here with this shit at this point.
Oh, you already know.
It just don't make no damn logical sense. God dang. But other than that, I think that's pretty much it, really, to be honest. I think we discussed almost everything on topic today. Wait, do you guys even do anybody care about Star Wars? I don't care about Star Wars, but I just want to ask.
Nah, honestly, I don't.
Do you like Star Wars? I mean,
hell no. I was
Okay.
raised with like, a Star Trek dad. I obviously did not have a choice to
Oh,
partake
okay.
in Star Wars. And it's super long and boring. So sorry for anyone who's a Star Wars fan. I once thought, Indiana Jones and Chewbacca were like, gay lovers, and my mom corrected me and said they were not gay lovers, apparently. Yeah.
Oh God, could you imagine getting all that damn hair in you? Oh, gross.
I don't need those kind of problems.
Nobody needs that kind of problem. All I thought about, why I just thought about that scene from Martin. Hold on, matter of fact, I'm just gonna goddamn show you the damn scene because that shit was hilarious. Oh. Yes. Hold on. Let me.
Just trying to help me into the point.
Hold on. Let me share it because I'm just. Oh, okay. Hold on. We go. I'm just gotta share it because that jump was hilarious. That's one of my favorite scenes from Martin.
Okay. Do you know anything about pedicure? Okay, then do Myra's pedicure. Myra, your feet, baby. Okay, time to do your feet. Oh.
Pam, what are you? You're supposed to be helping me. I'm just getting my nail fixed, Gina. You broke it when you fell down the chute. I cannot believe you. I cannot. You know what? I'm not a friend.
Would you get over here? I want my pedicure. My corns is fixing to pop.
1 minute.
The feet.
Oh, you. Okay, Myra. Hi. How you doing? Okay. Why don't you take your shoes off so we can get started?
Say uh-oh. Now be careful of that raw patch on my big toe. And see that corn? You got to file that corn down because I can't hardly dance.
Oh.
Girl, what are you doing? You don't foul like that. Oh my goodness. Oh, please, okay? You gotta go to work on Myra's feet.
I'm sorry. I had to share that.
Oh my god. Damn, Martin was the show back in the day. Fuck yeah.
She was like, you don't foul Myra's foot. You gotta go to work on
You gotta go to work on Myra's foot.
I was like, she pulled out a dick. Oh man, could you imagine having to darn mess with somebody's feet like that? I'd be like,
Having to pull out a belt sander? Nah. If I need to know how to use power tools on your shit, you got to go somewhere else, baby.
Like, them corns is dangerous if you gotta take out a power drill, a power tool just to work on them. Yes, oh God, yes, I love it. Yes, Shanae. I'm like, ugh. The way she was describing them feet too, when she said, "Okay, let's take off your shoes," she was like, "They're already off." Ooh,
She's like, shit, yo. Some people though, it really do be that bad.
Yeah, that's definitely true. That is definitely true. Dylan, you wanna address your request that's been asked several times over in the chat?
Oh, I mean, I'll answer Free Fire Comics question because he got one right there. It says, "What's your favorite black sitcom?" Oh, The Challenge, because there are a couple that I've been rewatching. Like I started rewatching One-on-One. I fucking love that show.
Classic.
One-on-One was a show back in the day, and then I also started rewatching the Wayans Brothers. Man, I forgot how much I fucking love these shows. But I mean, it's hard to
brother. Of course, Martin, Fresh Prince of Bel Air, The Cosby Show,
Cosby's.
different world, different colors. I mean, Living Colors was a good one. Living Single, that was my jam. That was one of my jam. Moesha, The Parkers, A-Man, The Jeffersons, Good Times. Oh shoot, you give me to name the whole damn catalog at this point.
One of my favorites. One of my favorite ones. Before they changed the shit, was The Game. Back when it was more like just like straight up humor.
When they had Tia, when it was I stopped watching when they got rid of Tia. I was just like, oh god.
Then I was like, okay, y'all going somewhere else with this. So I don't recognize the show anymore. But when it started, it was really good.
Family Matters was good. Family Matters was definitely a good one to watch. Man, that was What's Happening. That was another one. That was another good one. Sanford and Sons. Dun, 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 dun.
Oh yeah, that theme is classic.
Wayne Head, the party just be gone. Oh man, he had that big old black foot and that big old head. Oh Lord have mercy, that was another classic one. My Cousin Skeeter, The Romeo Show. Let's see.
Ooh, The Romeo Show, damn.
Yeah. Old. That was old right there back in the day. Yes, but the Wayans Brothers was definitely a good one. That was definitely a good one.
I fucking love it.
What was it? The Hughleys. And what was the other one? It was another one. All for One was another one with Lisa Ray McCoy and Dwayne Martin. That one was another good show.
Oh yeah.
Let's see. I already said The Fresh Prince. I think I named almost every last popular black show that was on there because it was so many of them. That's why again it's always crazy when you have your friends on it. Yes, all of us. That's what it was called.
Smart Guy. Fuck yeah. I love Smart Guy.
Sister
for sure.
Love my sister. And see, but that's what I'm saying. You see how we named all of these black shows, and yet they always swear up and down it's not that many black shows. Or black people haven't been represented. Yeah,
like I'm damn near middle aged, and like I grew up with these shows, but they want to act like it never happened.
Yeah. Are you talking about That's a Raven?
Yeah.
That's a Raven was a good one. I'm surprised Raven's back ain't broke from holding up the Disney Channel for all the years. Oh yeah, Parenthood. Yes, Parenthood was a good one. What was it? The Eddie and Eddie. That was another good one. Where it was Eddie Murphy and Malcolm. No, Eddie and Malcolm. Malcolm and Eddie was the name of the show. Yep, that was another good one. Parenthood was a good one. Corey in the House. Hell no. No, Corey in the House was a wannabe That's So Raven. It wished you could have been That's So Raven. No, it wished all its might, and it could never achieve it. Sorry. Yeah, I think that's all of the classic ones that we've all watched, I believe. Unless I'm missing anything. Let me see. I feel like I'm missing a show. And I don't know. Oh, My Wife and Kids. Yep, My Wife and Kids was a good one.
Oh yeah, that was the other Wayne's brother.
Let's see. We are Kenan and Kel. I forgot Kenan and Kel.
Kenan and Kel.
That one. Oh yeah, the Steve Harvey Show. Yep, that was another good one. Different Strokes. What's Happening? Of course. The PJs. Yes, the PJs. That was another good one. Instant Mom with Tia. That was another good one. 227. How can I forget about 227? The Bernie Mac Show. That was a good one. True Jackson VP. Let's see. What's another one? I feel like if y'all going somewhere trying to recommend Naomi, no, Naomi is not even a sitcom. Shut up. That don't even make no sense. Like, how dare you try to stand where these legends stand, you bastard. Oh, Eve. Eve had a show. I forgot Eve had a show. That was a pretty good. I think that's probably all of them. I believe that's all of the shows that I can think of that I watched. If I'm missing any, let me know in the comment section below. Bernie Mac. Yep, Bernie Mac was another good one. Oh yeah, the Fat Albert show.
Oh
Fat
yeah,
Albert
damn, that's an
show.
old one.
Yep. Hey, it's Fat Albert. Oh yeah, it sure was a Fat Albert. I think we covered all. I think we definitely covered all of the shows. To be honest, yep. That was really about it, really. But black people ain't never existed until 2016 or 11, depending on who you ask. You know how that goes. Billy, you sure you don't want to? You sure you don't want to answer that other question?
I'm like, what question? Hold up. It was more questions. Oh no, that was you. Oh, what's my favorite anime? Honestly, I don't even know if I have a favorite. Like, there are some that I've seen. I don't know if I have a favorite. I mean, if I had to pick one, probably Yu-Gi-Oh! Just because like I played the game. Like,
Yeah.
that was my shit. Like, I mean, I didn't watch anything past like GX, but I mean, I don't really feel like I needed to. Once I was willing to go, I didn't really want to watch anything that didn't have Yugi in it, but then they brought in Jaden, and I was like, okay, cool. I got behind it. And then like as it kept going into subsequent seasons, it kept getting further and further and further away from where it started, and I was like, yeah, I'm good. I'm fine. So, especially when they started bringing in different rules and shit, I was like, no, yeah, I'm out. So
I know it's a little toughy. Oh, Kate, Andy asks, do you have any new projects that you're working on?
Oh wow. All right. So there's not much really going on with my assignments right now. I am doing, digital painting for artwork wise. The other few classes I've been, taking are, more history and, career based classes that teach, history and career stuff that really, I mean, I'm not going to, spend my time telling you what happened because again, this is the first week, but digital painting is probably the only thing that I've been practicing as of lately because I gotta learn how to blend. I gotta get back into the habit of digital paintings because I did take another course previously with digital paintings. There might be some wave of digital art I might post onto my Instagram, but most of my assignments kind of stay down low because one, a majority of the paintings I do are mostly traced because that's part of the class, and because I know I can't draw as good as some of like realistically as possible. Some of it's traced, some of it's like practice with eyes. If they ask you to draw eyes, then I'll draw eyes, but there's not really much I can really say about the assignments or anything like that, but I do have a lot of like other projects outside of class that I've been working on. Mostly the comic project I've been working with one of my, you know, um, one of my other friends and another one with my sister. So it's been like I've been busy as hell. I don't really have enough time to really schedule much out to make videos that much. That's why I've been busy as fuck, not doing like videos on a daily basis like I used to because things have come up and I don't really have time to post too much. So yeah, there's that update about the art and everything else going on.
Well, yeah. Well, that's what she's working on, you guys. Jet Jackson. Well, I want to consider Jet Jackson a sitcom, though. I mean, it's a good superhero show, to be honest, no doubt. And I love the famous Jet Jackson. I thought that was such a fantastic show, to be honest. Let's see. I think that's everything. Dylan, you working on anything special you want to tell everybody?
Not in particular. I'm gonna be working on some more comic book reviews. I promise I'm getting into that. But one thing that I've had a lot of people ask me about, they're like, I like when you do your reviews, I like your reviews, but is there any way for you to do like overlays instead of just like holding up the comic? And I was like, that takes more time because like I gotta actually sync up the image with what I'm talking, like my audio and everything. So I might give it a shot. The only time that I'll probably still be doing like where I actually hold up the comic is for like Comicsgate books, because obviously that's not available digitally. So everything else, if I can, I'm gonna try to do it that way, because I know that there are people wanting to know. It's still gonna be me like sitting here like in the intro introducing the book, and then when I go into actually talking about it, it'll be overlays of the comic pages and panels and shit. So I'm going to try it out. I'm going to try and work it out. It just takes more time on the editing, but if I can figure it out, then yeah, I can definitely do it. Other than that, I don't have a whole lot. Some of y'all have probably seen me do some of my some streams talking with some comic creators who have campaigns going on right now. I'm trying to do that. I've had creators reach out to me like, hey, can I come on your show and talk about my book? I'm like, for sure. The only thing with that is that I'm like, damn, I feel like this pressure to come up with questions for them, so that way it's not just them talking at me, but then at the same time, like, I know I'm going to be asking them some stuff that they can't really answer. So it's a little bit of that. It's a delicate situation, but I'm trying to do what I can to help people out, get their books out, and still talk about comics. So I mean, hey, if y'all want to keep supporting me on that, sharing out the videos, doing what y'all can to help build me up, I appreciate that. I really do. I'm trying to make something entertaining for the people, and hopefully it goes somewhere, but we'll see. That's about all. I haven't really been working on a whole lot of other stuff.
Mm-hmm. And Dylan can also make a video and review someone special on his channel if he wants to.
I mean, yeah.
There's a certain person in chat that wants Dylan to keep reacting to a certain person. I'm just saying, Dylan, if you ever up to it, you can always.
Oh God, I don't know, but I will answer Dominic's question, because that is a really good question. If there's anyone in the industry that I would want to interview, like any veterans in the industry, I mean, possibly, like, for one, I mean, I would love to. I mean, I've been on EVS's channel one time for a few minutes, so if I were to able to sit down with him and have like a full-on conversation, I think that would be fun. As far as like people actually in the industry, like veterans right now, still working for like DC or Marvel, there aren't really a whole lot. Maybe Jim Lee at some point. I love his art. There aren't that many people that I have that much of an interest in that I'm just like, oh my God, I want to really talk to them. Maybe Grant Morrison, even though he's fucking weird. I'd probably sit down and talk to him just to try and like explore his mind a little bit. I'd probably get lost, but I'd probably try and explore his mind a little bit.
I would explore, but I'd be like, now come off with this damn bullshit that your ass been doing. I know you're a weirdo, but now you're pushing your weirdness to another level. Stop with the attention. And I already know Jim Lee probably will never talk to me ever again after I get up in that ass. I'll be like, Jim, I like the artwork, but let's not talk about your artwork right now. Let's talk about your poor excuse of running DC comic books.
I'm like, the majority of people,
I'm not holding back on none of them. I'd be like, man, because no offense, I get tired of these interviews where these YouTubers, nobody ever wants to challenge them with the hard questions. Like, well, because they came on my channel, so no. They came on your channel. They're going to get the criticism. Screw that. If you can't handle criticism, don't show up. Don't show up, man. Because I feel like kissing your ass ain't for me. it ain't for me. I'm not gonna sit up here and pretend. Just like Dylan's best friend was promoting an interview with Kelly Sue DeConnick, Phil Hernandez with some guy, and he wasn't trying to ask the tough questions. But you already know if it was me, I'd be like, so why the fuck you wrote this book? Yeah, I want to know. And Phil, why did you overcomplicate the Greek gods? Who is this for? Who is this book for? You know what I'm saying? The only reason why people brought this book is because of your artwork, but it's so unnecessarily detailed and it's nonsensical at the same time. How does this work? And even she was even in the chat. Somebody had said something, made a comment, and she even made a comment. She was like, "Well, I'm not the one living in my mom's basement." And I'm like, "You dumb redheaded cow." Like, seriously, do you want people to buy your work or not? You were just talking about not having people buy your stuff. And because you get some criticism that you call quote unquote trolls, you want to be like, well, at least I'm not living under my mom's basement. You don't know what that person's doing. You really don't. Stop assuming we all live at the basement or whatever and stuff like that. And on top of that, even then, you have to remember, pandemic happened, you dumb fucker. So that means a lot of us lost our jobs. Yeah, you didn't think about that before you start opening your mouth. You know what I mean? Like, we already know why you're only in the industry because your husband got you in there. Other than that, you wouldn't have this job. Yeah, they do need to stop throwing softballs at some of these people. You know what I mean? Like, they do kind of be easy with these interviewers, but if it was me, I'm going to let them know. I'm gonna be like, nah, this ain't it. You take your little fanfic bull crap to another place, but not here, not with Wonder Woman. You stay in course. And that reminds me too of the whole of staying creative. I don't know if you guys noticed, Matt Reeves and them been releasing a lot more information about why the Ben Affleck movie didn't happen. And I just kind of find it weird that these creators can't seem to stay in a box that's given to you. Like, here's the box. Here's the ramifications. Here's the ceiling of the wall. Don't go past it. Don't go back. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? And I think that they act like they have to break out of that box in order to be creative with these characters. Like Matt Reeves was talking about how he wanted to do this differently, this different Batman thing, and Ben Affleck was doing something different that he felt like he couldn't direct that movie. And I understand that. But at the same time, as a creative person, you need to understand, like, okay, they hired me for a job to direct. I don't really like this project. I don't really like what's going on, but I'm going to put my best foot forward and be as creative as possible to bring this vision to life. And I get tired of these people thinking that they can break out the box, mess up everything, just be so they can be creative with what they want to do, while giving us bullshit or giving us something that's okay, but it could have been better if DC Warner Brothers had put reins on you and was like, whoa, there's certain things you're not allowed to go past. And I think that's the problem too. Like, these creatives, they don't sit in the creative box that they have. They're always trying to get out of it because they don't feel like they can be creative at all. I don't know. I found that a problem. Do you find that a problem? I mean, like, can we get these creators to actually be creative in the box? I feel like you're more creative when you have a restriction on you than you are trying to express whatever with stuff that's not yours. Now, for us artists who I don't work for DC or Marvel, so I don't have to stay in a creative box when I create anything that I want. But if I'm working for DC and Marvel and they gave me a certain character, people need to understand this is what the character is. This is the box of this character. This is this character's world and his views or her views or whatever. And you need to stay within those, those rules and regulations But yet nowadays they let the creators do whatever the hell they want to, just because the creator want to, create something without understanding the continuity or the rules of the character. Like, I think it's weird. I think it's weird, and that's also another reason why I'm definitely not checking out the Batman movie neither, too. But I just kind of find it weird, how creatives don't want to be put in a box when it comes to things that aren't theirs. They're always going into the toy box and breaking shit up, but then don't fix it because they want to do something new. I mean, have anybody noticed that, or is that just me? No.
No, I'd say that it's definitely the case that's going on right now. But yeah, it's just there's so much incompetence in the industry recently that it's just there doesn't seem to be. I mean, there's a way out. They just don't put in the effort. They don't have the care to try and do it. It's just there's more. They get more out of being able to actually just say that they've written these characters however they want, and they don't really care.
That's definitely true. That's definitely true. We already saw it with T. Franklin and her fanfic / book with that Harley Quinn crap. I'm like, holy crap, this book is garbage. Book is garbage. First off, Vixen would never give you the time of day, baby. I'm just gonna be honest with you. Vixen would never. Vixen always get hot guys. I don't even know what the hell she gonna do with your paraplegic ass. Nothing. Damn. Yeah, they do need to realize that it's an IP and you have to respect the character's history and stop trying to deconstruct the character. Yeah, you're right about that. Yeah, Taylor. You can always request Dylan to talk about it if you ever want to. He'll definitely talk to you about it whenever he does a live stream next time. But I think that's everything for us. For me, I'll probably upload maybe a random video and I do some drawings on Instagram. Oh man, I gotta tell you this, guys. I almost was tempted to create a Twitter for a second. I stopped myself in the process. I said, wait, hold on, what the hell am I doing? And I looked at that thing and it said Twitter. I said, I know I done smoked some crack. Oh, could you imagine me being on Twitter? No way. Mm-mm. No, but I'm just creating some art. Please, if you guys visit my Instagram, please check my artwork out. Drop a like. You don't have to follow. Just drop a like. Stop lurking in my stories. It'd be about 100 damn folks lurking in my damn stories when I post the artwork, and I'm getting less than 100 likes. Nah. If you look in my stories and it's a drawing, you better hit the like button. I'm coming after everybody. Friend, foe, family members, everyone. Because that's ridiculous. How you gonna watch my story and I post a drawing and you don't hit heart button? But when a popular bitch put up a photo, you can like them. Make it make sense, y'all. Make it make sense. Free Fire Comics said, Kate, did you finish the art with the Bat Family girls?
I have not finished that. I've been starting new pieces because I get inspired a lot, and plus inking is not my specialty, but I know I have to, get on and do that more because it's important that I do that. Maybe I might do something different and actually input the, painting elements from my class into these pieces instead, so that way I can kind of avoid inking. But then again, I'm just adding more work for me to do to shape it to actually look like it's a good painting. So it's debatable right now.
Yep. But yeah, that's right, everyone. Visit all of our social media sites. I know I'm not usually one L, Shield or whatever, but I'm a Shield. Visit our social media sites. You drop a like or follow or both. But I swear to God, if I see a whole bunch of y'all in my damn stories again and ain't nobody giving some likes, because I can see the likes. I'm coming after everybody. If if I see you in the stories and ain't no likes by my photos, I'm personally messaging everyone. And I'll be like, so you gonna like my stuff now? We can do this all day. I'm just saying. Only because we need to build the algorithm with these social media sites, and they love interaction. So whether it's a comment or a like, that's why I always just like, that's why I'm only saying it's not because I'm being mean. I'm not being mean and stuff like that. So I'm only saying it because I only want the algorithm to keep our pages and stuff active for people to see, and it's kind of hard when people are looking but ain't nobody liking nothing back. I don't understand that. How you gonna ask for support but then don't support? Make it make sense, people. Make it make sense. And I get tired of those popular artists that's on social media sites, not even just here, but on Instagram and Twitter, and they'll complain about nobody's liking their shit, but they got like tens of thousands of likes, but still begging for likes or whatever. And it's like, okay, well, when are you going to hit that like button for the people that like your stuff? Crickets, right? Crickets. Well, Andy, I'm gonna need you to go ahead and get a temporary file for Instagram and Twitter and hit some like buttons, please and thank you. But no, I'm only saying that because the early year like January, February, March is like, for some reason social media gets really weird and they like to remove people and they like to remove pages because they think they're fake, especially if they don't have enough interactions on them. So that's why that's the only reason why I'm saying it. But our links are in our comment sections below. So I got Kate's, I got Dylan's, and I got mine's. So just scroll on down. So you guys can't say, oh, I didn't see it. All you gotta do is scroll down. Our information is right there. Click it, go on the page, throw about 10 likes on whatever random stuff. Even if you don't like it, just throw it on there. Just only for the algorithm. It's only for the algorithm. You guys know I don't really beg or anything, but I'm only just saying it for the algorithm. Please and thank you. But yeah, that was everything I wanted to say. Anything else you guys got to say or whatever before we close out?
Cheers, really. Everybody.
All right. Yeah, you heard Dylan. Cheers. He had the last drink. And you know what we'll do? And Taylor, just talk to Dylan about Fizzy, and he'll get on his stream and talk to you about it.